Good morning, colleagues. My name is Chabu Baloyi. I am the spokesperson for the Commission for Gender Equality. You are welcome to this activity of the Commission for Gender Equality, where today we'll be discussing the role of broadcasting and electronic entities in addressing systemic gender issues in society. Before we kickstart the process, and I also welcome those who are joining us live through our Facebook page and our YouTube page. We are also going to be taking some of the pictures with your consent, of course. Those that will find themselves in the right space, we will not going to be putting something which is not going to be inconsistent with what you have said and what you're not saying. Another aspect that we want to request of you is that the lady that is working now, instead of us walking through here coming to present, maybe respectfully so, I'm requesting of you to use the other side to come this other side, because we are streaming live, so that it doesn't disturb the pattern. We are on those that we might not be sure, that those that have given the link, please share with others. And it's on YouTube, Commission for Gender Equality, on Facebook, Commission for Gender Equality. I also heard someone with the phone now. If we can put our phones on silent, that will be helpful so much. What we want to do today through our legal department, it's something that will be beneficial to South Africa at large. We also want to implore colleagues that the Commission for Gender Equality has got a WhatsApp number. Before I forgot, we have got the WhatsApp number 083-284-2567, where you can launch your gender-related complaints, those particularly at home. And for those who are more tech-savvy also, can use gender -inquiries@cge.org.za to launch gender-related complaints. Oftentimes, program directors, they make themselves the subject of the engagement, not this program director. It's not about me. It is about you who are here, our beloved stakeholders. I'll call upon Mr. Tsietsu Shuping now, our HOD legal, to come in and welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, everyone. Today, the 26th of September 2025. Welcome to this engagement. It is a strategic engagement on the role of broadcasting and electronic entities in addressing systemic gender issues. You are welcome to this engagement. We are looking forward for a fruitful engagement in addressing issues that advanced through this strategic engagement. And we do acknowledge, first of all, our acting chairperson, also deputy chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality, Commissioner Prabashini Subrayan Naidu. And further, we will also like to acknowledge the presence of and representation from the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa, led by Mrs. Sunette Lotter, who is the chairperson. And further, we do acknowledge the presence also of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa and their representation, Mrs. Midupe Khatse, Manager Research Regulatory Projects, as well as Ms. Busisiwe Mashiho, Manager Broadcasting Compliance. Further, we do acknowledge the presence of MultiChoice South Africa among us, Mr. Bruce Mkhize, the representative from them, who is the head of regulatory compliance. And we would also further acknowledge the presence of stakeholders that are joining us, as well as through our different media platforms. Members of the media who are joining us today, they're also welcome. Colleagues from the Commission. We're looking forward to putting our hands together and having this engagement. And with those words, you are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shuping. Now that we have been welcomed nicely, I thought maybe we'll give a round of applause to be welcomed. At times you go to a place and then you feel like you are not welcomed. So as long as I show you my Bluetooth, it means that you're welcome. I'm smiling. Thank you very much. We're not too many that we cannot introduce ourselves, so that I heard you saying Ms. Sunette. I thought it's Dr. Sunette, as far as I remember. Thank you very much. Yeah. I'll start by myself, like I've introduced myself. Jabu Balo is spokesperson for the Commission for Gender Equality. Won't take long, so that people can identify who is Dr. Sunette, who is Mr. Bruce, who is Sisi, somewhere there. Can we follow that order? You can start from the back. Ma'am?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lesego Mkhomotsi. I'm the administrator in the legal department for Commission for Gender Equality. You?
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Bradley Swanepoel. I'm the legal researcher at the CGE. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Prabhashti Subrayan Naidu. I am the acting chairperson for the day, but the deputy chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality.
Thank you once more. I am Tsietsi Shuping. I'm the head of legal department for the Commission for Gender Equality. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sunit Lotta. I'm the chairperson of the BCCSI.
Good morning. My name is Mamedu Pikhatse from the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa. I'm the manager, broadcasting regulation. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Geldenes. I'm Bruce's colleague on the content side. We do the content classification, all the age ratings, and hopefully adhere to BCCI and ICASA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bruce Mkhize. I am the head of the regulatory compliance at MultiChoice. Together with my colleague Sandra, we look after compliance, in particular with the requirements of the BCCSA code and what ICASA requires from us. And we look forward to a fruitful discussion today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sisi. I'm a reporter for Channel Africa. Thank you.
Morning, colleagues. My name is Buhlam Kulise. I'm from Urban Brew Studios from the Sales and Marketing Department. Thank you.
Sorry, I had to put my machine on. My name is Vanessa and I'm a cancer survivor, and I have an artificial voice for the last 5 years. So thank you. I am the founder of JT Coms, a media agency, a former journalist turned entrepreneur.
Thank you very much for those wonderful introduction, colleagues, and I hope those who at home who are listening and watching us live have heard who is in here with us today. I wouldn't be wasting much time. I'll be calling our acting chairperson, Ms. Prabhashti Subrayan Naidu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to stand on all established protocols, but also recognize the presence of my fellow commissioners joining us online and our colleagues. Today I've been tasked to deliver a short presentation to you on the mandate of the Commission for Gender Equality, our role as the Commission for Gender Equality, and the purpose of today's strategic engagement. The mandate of the Commission for Gender Equality is to contribute to the strengthening and deepening of constitutional democracy in South Africa through the promotion, protection, development, and attainment of gender equality. Our role as the Commission for Gender Equality is to review existing legislation from a gender perspective, investigate gender inequality, and make recommendations to Parliament or any other authority on gender-related issues. The Commission for Gender Equality recognizes the role that the media plays in our democratic society that informs citizens of their choices. Recent trends show that the rise of social media and economic pressures present both opportunities and challenges to the media's traditional role. The purpose of this strategic engagement is to identify and locate the role of the broadcasting and electronic communications in awareness, education, advocacy, engage on existing and proposed programs that promote gender equality, identify gaps in policy and legislation, and to discuss challenges adhering to legislative guidelines. We look forward to a fruitful and robust engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, our acting chairperson, for that precise, brief narration of our mandate as a Commission for Gender Equality. Without further ado, because I want to create a safe space and enough time for all of us to engage, particularly the presenters to feel so welcomed and present and have ample time to engage on this discussion that we'll be having today. And those at home, I will be talking to Mika, our colleague, to see how you can send your questions and some of the comments that you so wish to send to us. We are that amenable to it. In the interim, I'll call Mr. Bradley Swanepoel, our Deputy Director, Legal Research, to come and give a CGE's presentation on the observation of the topic under discussion today. Thank you very much.
All right, good morning, everybody, and thank you, Javu. As Javu indicated, my name is Brad Swanepoel. I'm the legal researcher and deputy director in the legal department for the CGE. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mika. All right, so I'm going to start out my... What's happening? All right, I'm going to start my presentation. All right, apologies for that. There seemed to have been some issue with the projecting laptop. All right, so I'm going to start the presentation with just giving a bit of background to the CGE and what our functions are and where we are situated within our constitutional democracy. So the Commission for Gender Equality is a Chapter 9 institution along with other organizations like the Human Rights Commission and the IEC. And as a Chapter 9 institution, it's created in terms of Section 181(1)(d) of the Constitution. And that's the Constitution, Section 187, sets out some of our functions, our constitutional functions, which are essentially to promote respect for gender equality, as well as the protection, development, and attainment of gender equality. Section 187(2) of the Constitution also sets out some of our constitutional powers, which include the power to monitor, investigate, research, educate, lobby, advise, and report on issues concerning gender issue. So it's quite a wide range of powers there. Next page. Okay. The CG, from a legislative point of view, we're governed by the Commission for Gender Equality Act 39 of 1996, and this act further empowers us to investigate gender-related complaints, as well as resolve, rectify, monitor, and evaluate laws and customs, practices, indigenous laws, personal and family law, all of which affect gender equality and are enforced or proposed by Parliament. And then we can make recommendations on policies and practices of both the public and private sector as well. The Act also empowers us to develop, conduct, and manage information and education programs, as well as to evaluate and made recommendations on all legislation affecting or impacting on the status of gender equality. Okay. So just by way of background, in the last decade and a half or so, we've seen the introduction of a whole new range of broadcasting and electronic communication methods such as social media. And these are received and consumed differently by diverse audiences. The research also shows that the consumption of this content can and does influence and shape public opinion, attitudes, as well as behaviors. There's been various incidents in the broadcasting and social media space which have caused a variety of reactions to societal, cultural, and religious issues, and has sparked debate about the role of broadcasting, electronic communications, and the media in promoting the values of the country, such as equality, and within the context of the right to freedom of expression. Okay, examples of these incidents that I referred to include during the Big Brother reality TV program, there was allegations of sexual harassment. There was an uproar over an episode of Izingane Lingane. There was a rape storyline in Skin Farm. There were certain comments made by Mac G on his Podcast and Chill. And there was also allegations of racial comments made on an Open Chats podcast. So turning to the legislative framework, at the international level, you've got the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and Article 19 of that covenant states that everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression, which includes the freedom to hold opinions without interference, and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media, and regardless of any frontiers. Then you've got the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. General comment number 34 of that document provides that the right to freedom of expression includes political discourse, commentary on one's own affairs and on public affairs, canvassing, discussion of human rights, journalism, cultural and artistic expression, teaching, and religious discourse. And it also embraces expressions that may be regarded by some as deeply offensive. Okay. Then at the national level, the national legal framework in South Africa, it begins with the Constitution, and the relevant sections for this discussion today in the Constitution are Section 9, 3, and 4, part of the right to equality, which prohibits the state or any person from unfairly discriminating against any other person. You have Section 15 of the Constitution, which provides that everyone has the right to freedom of religion, belief, and opinion. You've got 16.1 of the Constitution that provides that everyone has the right to freedom of expression. Section 16 itself does have its own sort of internal exclusion from the right to freedom of expression of propaganda, hate speech, inciting violence, and discrimination. Okay. And you have Section 36, which is known as the Limitations Clause, and this provides for instances and in what circumstances the rights that are set out in the Bill of Rights may be limited. I'm not going to go through the entire section, but it allows for the balancing of rights where there is competing rights. And then finally you have Section 192, which is a provision in the Constitution that obliges the legislature to pass national legislation to establish an independent authority to regulate broadcasting in the public interest and to ensure fairness and a diversity of views broadly representing South African society. Okay. Then in terms of legislation itself, there's the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa Act, and Section 2A of that Act provides that the purpose of that Act is to regulate broadcasting in the public interest and to ensure fairness and diversity of views broadly representing South Africa, as is empowered by 192 of the Constitution. You've got the Broadcasting Act 4 of 1999. Section 2A provides that the relevant duty bearers are obliged to develop policy and legislation that will contribute to democracy, development of society, gender equality, nation building, provision of education, and strengthening the spiritual moral fiber of society. Then we have the Electronic Communications Act 36 of 2005, and this provides for the regulation of various forms of electronic communication, including sound broadcasting, subscriber broadcasting services, as well as television. And Section 2A of that Act provides the aim of that piece of legislation is to promote and facilitate the convergence of telecommunications, broadcasting, information technologies, and other services contemplated by that Act, and to promote and facilitate the development of interoperable and interconnected electronic networks, the provision of services contemplated in the Act, and to create a technologically neutral licensing framework. Okay. So the research into broadcasting tends to show that there's a relationship, or the relationship and the link between societal change, beliefs and perceptions, public opinion and policy implementation is a complex one, but that broadcasting and electronic entities have a legitimizing role in that complex relationship. The research has also shown that broadcasting and electronic programs are key to setting agendas in the public discourse and the control of public focus and public interest to a particular thematic area. Programs including TV dramas and reality shows, talk shows, these kinds of programs often serve as cultural mirrors of our society, and they play a big role in addressing and changing behaviors. There are several other factors that affect the way in which viewers and audiences receive the content, such as direct experience, knowledge from other sources, curiosity about a specific subject, as well as personal logic. Okay. Studies have also argued that broadcasting and electronic entities can play a facilitating role in societal perceptions and change by repeating and reinforcing messaging. Social media platforms in particular play an enabling role in consumption and broadcasting and electronic programs by magnifying both the positive and the negative effects of the programs. And often the conversation around these programs proceeds to social media, which then widens the effect and has the potential to perpetuate any harmful ideals that are contained in the messaging. Okay, in regard to considering that, the role of broadcasting electronic entities in addressing not just systemic gender issues, but general societal issues can or has the potential to be quite impactful if the link between societal behavior and the programs is adequately studied. Studies have also recommended that entertainment programs with high positive social values should be emphasized, while the negative social values should be de-emphasized, which in turn contributes to nation building. Emerging issues coming out of this particular area include the fact that there's new modes of broadcasting and electronic communication which keep surfacing. So an example of that is social media in the last 15 years. Things like Facebook, TikTok, podcasts as well. The Broadcasting Act provides that any person who intends to provide a broadcasting service, including distribution services, whether satellite or terrestrial, it has to obtain a license in accordance with the conditions contained in the Act. And the Broadcasting Authority may determine from time to time what these conditions are. And the Act does not specifically refer to licensing for podcasts, but it does make provision for any other class of license it may determine needs to be put in place from time to time. So what remains is to determine whether or not there is a legislative gap, specifically in relation to podcasts. So the objective, as the acting chairperson indicated earlier, the objectives of this stakeholder engagement, bearing in mind the points I've just reiterated, are to identify and locate the role of broadcasting and electronic communications in awareness, education, and advocacy, to engage on any existing and proposed programs that promote gender equality, gender mainstreaming, and programs that address gender-based violence and femicide, hate crimes and hate speech, to identify gaps in both policy and legislation that need to be filled, engage on the balancing of freedom of speech and promoting positive dialogues, and to discuss challenges in adhering to any legislative guidelines that may be in place. Thank you. That concludes my presentation for the CGE.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swanepoel. Somebody has just asked me not to scare our stakeholders here to repeat the WhatsApp number for gender-related complaints. It's 083-284-2567. Again, there's also gender-inquiries. They've put it up here. And then we are there on all social media platforms. We have got the WhatsApp channel, Commission for Gender Equality. Our X handle is CG_ZA, not to scare the guests who are here with us today, but it's for the stakeholders who are listening from home and a few who are here to get those for the Commission for Gender Equality to launch gender-related complaints because they are so rife in our society. I'm glad Mr. Bruce is taking a picture of it. We'll be calling upon now Dr. Sunette Lotta to come and present for. And I'm grateful today. It's not accountability session. This is where you have got where the commissioners will go out and engage you with legal and impose those difficult questions that even myself working in the commission I can't answer. Today, Dr. Sunette, do your best. You are free. The environment is conducive. Thank you very much. You can use that aside. Thank you.
Be careful what you wish for, Mr. Program Director. Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it. And having heard what's been expected, what is the objective of today, I hope that I can address you on what the BCCSA do and what we do to bridge the gap and the problems that we have. But before we start, I just want to tell you, when I was young, long time ago, it was about gender equality, and I was a prosecutor, and when I was in court, my magistrate would refer to me as Mr. Prosecutor, and whenever I had to say something, yes, Mr. Prosecutor, and then outside court I was Miss, but inside I was Mr. So that's how it worked at the time. And I remember when my daughter was small, one day I picked her up from nursery school, and she said, "Oh, she had such a nice day. They played, and she cleaned the house, and her friend Peter was reading the paper. I nearly blew a gasket. I said, tomorrow you will be reading the paper, and he will be cleaning the house." So from you, from young, you have to let them, to get them to know. But to come back to my topic, the title of my presentation is obviously the BCC's and gender-based violence. But the question that I ask today is, does freedom of expression turn you into a target of violent expression or an empowered individual through knowledge? South African statistics on gender-based violence are a troubling indictment of a country known for a progressive constitution. While the criminal justice system may be failing women in their fight against violence, fixing the system will not be a simple one. So the real question is, what can we do to change the landscape of violence? My answer is empowerment. I understand that it's difficult when everything has been taken from you and you live in fear of your partner with no means to escape. However, one thing that can never be taken away from you is your voice. Whether you are in a shack or in a wealthy palace, you must make yourself heard. It's not just about being heard, but also about the message that you convey. And the message should not be, I am a victim and please protect me. I don't believe in that. My belief is that how can you expect protection from the source, the very source of the abuse? Instead, the message should be one of empowerment through knowledge, stating how you will protect yourself and your children. And the BCCSA is, I want to explain to you today how you can participate in and how you are partly accountable for what is broadcast in the media and what the BCCSA does. So I will start with freedom of expression. It's, to me, there are no human right is more important than the other, or there's no classification of the importance of human rights. But to me, freedom of expression is extremely important. I grew up in a time when either your mother or the government said no. So you could never watch or see anything because someone else decided for you. And that is why it's so precious that we have the right to freedom of expression. So the inclusion of this right recognise that individuals in our society need to be able to hear, form and express opinions and views freely in a wide range of matters. As Brad has indicated, Section 16 of the Constitution deals with freedom of expression, and it also excludes some speech, unprotected speech, which is hate speech. But for the rest, the freedom of the media specifically should be evaluated in terms of the other human rights as well, because no human right is absolute. And specifically when it comes to the BCCSA, we have to balance the right to freedom of expression with and the other part of freedom of expression, that the counterpart is the freedom to receive information. One should never forget that. That's very important as well, part of broadcasting. And the right to freedom of expression is to receive information, and in that we have to balance with the rights to dignity and privacy of the individual. And then obviously, as far as children is concerned, the protection awarded to children's interest by the Constitution is paramount. You all know that. When it comes to children, their interest is paramount, which results in the acceptance of stricter limitations of freedom of speech where children are concerned. I will explain to you, I'll get to the children, how the code protects the children. So to tell you a bit more about the Broadcasting Complaints Commission, it was established by the National Association of Broadcasters in 1993, and it is recognized by ICASA as a regulating body in the broadcasting industry. The BCC is now recognized in terms of, as a formal tribunal, in terms of Section 54.3 of Act 36 of 2005, one of the acts that Brad referred to, the many that he referred to. Broadcasters who are members adhere to the Code of Conduct for free-to-air licenses, or the licensees, or the Code of Conduct for subscription broadcasting licensees. And then recently, we are also now ensuring compliance with online content, broadcasters' online content. I will explain what exactly is meant by that later. Okay, so, and the BCCSA therefore strives to find a balance between, as I said, freedom of expression, which includes the right of the viewer to receive information and the individual's right to dignity and privacy. So what the BCCSA does is we ensure compliance with the codes of conduct. So, and I know you all see the advertisements on, it's part of the broadcasters, they have to do, they have an obligation to constantly remind the viewers of the BCCSA. But I think people, and that's the problem that we have, is that people, the viewers, and it's not their fault, they do not always realize what the BCCA really does. And the BCCA has been taken to court, and then because of people who don't really know what is happening. And then we have to go and we have to explain. So in my view, I'm very grateful for the opportunity today to explain what the BCCSA does, because I think it's a very positive organization that can do a lot of, well, tribunal, but people don't always realize what we can do and what we can't do. Okay, so to come back to today's topic, specifically violence, GBV violence, is there are four clauses in the Code of Conduct, because the BCCSA is limited to the Code of Conduct. We have to enforce compliance with the Code of Conduct, but we are reactive. We are not proactive. And many people find that they think that they would be more comfortable if we are proactive. But censorship is no longer an option. As I said before, when other people decide for you, it's very difficult because you have to be able to decide for yourself. But I also, my personal view is that people often prefer total prohibition because it takes their accountability away. They don't have to watch this, or they don't have to do that. And if they do it, they're just a little bit naughty. It doesn't say anything about them. They're just naughty. And that's not how it is. You must take responsibility for your views and what you want to view. But obviously it can't be without, they are within a framework. Broadcasters have to look at their content. So what we have is the clause on violence, that is more in general violence. And that is that they must not broadcast, broadcasters must not broadcast material which judged within context. It's always important that we watch the program within the context that it is broadcast. And that contains violence which does not play an integral role in the developing of the plot, character, or theme of the material as a whole. So that is sometimes difficult for people for viewers who want to complain about that, is that's where the context come in, and you watch it in the whole context of the thing. But if it's a senseless violence, obviously that would be a contravention of the code. And then also, broadcasting service licensees must not broadcast material which judged within context sanctions, promotes, or glamorizes violence of unlawful conduct based on race, nationality. Sorry, I highlighted this and now it's very dark. It's not highlighted, it's now blinding me, but national or ethnic origin, color, religion, gender, sex, or sexual orientation. So, and then that is what we often get the problem. But then the thing is that the advocacy of hatred based on gender, race, and ethnicity, the requirement is, as it is in the Constitution as well, it's not if it's there, it must then incite harm. So the mere fact that maybe one of these instances are present in a program does not necessarily mean that the code of conduct has been contravened. It means if you look at it and it's a senseless violence, it's not part of a plot, there's not an outcome, then of course it is not. Then it is the advocacy of hatred based on gender. And then, but there's also, which is more difficult to understand, is that these the clauses on violence and violent sexual conduct. If it's broadcast, there is a defense, so to speak. If it's a bona fide scientific discussion on that, then if people discuss the violence and that, then it won't be a contravention. Or if it's an artistic offering, like a movie, or if it's a documentary discussing what sexual violence is or worse sexual violence. But what I want to emphasize here is that this is never, ever applicable, these defenses, so to speak. They are never, ever applicable to reality shows, because the reality show cannot be a documentary, it cannot be a scientific discussion, and it is not an art production. It can be very tedious sometimes. So, but then also, as far as sexual conduct is concerned, broadcasters are not allowed to broadcast child pornography, bestiality, sexual conduct which degrades a person in the sense that it advocates a particular form of hatred based on, once again, gender, and which constitutes incitement to cause harm. It's always that little tag, incitement to cause harm. Explicit sexual conduct, explicit extreme violence, or the explicit effects thereof, explicit infliction of domestic violence. So here I can give you an example, is that Brad also referred to that it's an episode, Lesson Gane, and that what it is, it's a reality show, and then it's a young couple that are living together, and then what they say, what the producers say, the broadcaster says that it's to alert people to gender violence and how difficult it is for a young couple to get together and all that. So the show goes, it crosses a period. The first series was, I think there were 12 episodes, and then in the last episode they have a corrective episode where they say, but this is not right and this is not wrong. And that people complain about that, but because there is balance, then you have to take that in consideration when you decide whether it was a contravention or not. But the next, I see there's another complaint now again, but we haven't done anything. We haven't had an adjudication or a tribunal on that yet. So, but now, what happens is people who do complain, they complain about things that are not within the code of conduct. And then the feeling is that the BCCSA let them down and we didn't do what we had to do. And some people think the moment that I've complained, we must just give a sanction. We've already, they decided, the viewer decided that this is a contravention, and all that we as the BCCSA must do is to give a sanction and say, yes, it was done like that. But that's not how it works. And part of my crusade that we should empower people on knowing how to use the tools, so to speak, that they have, is why I am explaining it today, maybe preaching for the converted, but I hope some of the people who watch online will realize what it is all about, is that I've highlighted now the violence codes, clauses in the Code of Conduct, and then how you should proceed to complain to the Complaints Commission, because that is often a problem. People don't follow up, because that's where it comes in, that it's a two-way street. We cannot now investigate or hear a case. As I said, we're not proactive. The moment we get a complaint, and I think I explained to you how it works when we receive a complaint. When we receive the complaint, the registrar, Ms. Martin, she would accept the complaint and see if there is perhaps a contravention of one of the clauses, the prima facie case of that. If she accepts the complaint, she refers it to the broadcaster for their comment. So it's always the rules of natural justice. You have to listen to both parties. So then they would give their response to the complaint, and then the chairperson, in this case I will, then decide, are we going to have an adjudication or are we going to have a tribunal? So when we have an adjudication, we refer it to one of our commissioners. We have 8 commissioners, and then that person, on the submissions that was given to us from the broadcaster and the complainant, the adjudicator decides whether he would, whether the clause was contravened or not. So once that decision is made, it's sent to the parties. If either of the parties are not happy with the outcome, then they can apply for leave to appeal. And if leave to appeal is granted for adjudication, it goes to a tribunal where we have usually the chairperson and 2 commissioners, and then the people, the complainant and the broadcaster, come to the venue, and when we hear the case. It's a bit like in court, but not as formal. So once that outcome is available and one of the parties are still not happy with the outcome, then it goes to the appeal tribunal, where we have Justice Vrooneman, who is the chairperson of the tribunal. So that is how the complaint works, how it gets to be heard. But what must you do to complain? How do you complain? So you write to the registrar, you have to complain within 30 days of the broadcast. And it used to be 13 calendar days, now it's 30 business days that you have to, for you to complain against the program. When you send in your complaint, you must obviously identify yourself and say who you are and give your address. I mean, we can't have anonymous complainants. And then you must say what program it was. You must identify the program, the channel, and the time. And then say what you think, which clause was contravened. And then in order to, when the registrar decides whether to accept the complaint or not, the first thing, so for instance, it's a complaint about violence. There was violence. It was a program in a series, and there were a lot of violence. Then the first thing we will do was the advisories, audience advisories, because we work on the principle by giving audience advisories, we empower the person who's watching to decide, to evaluate whether he wants to watch this program or not. I always say, if it's a movie and it says 18, sex, language, all that, then it's tough. Then you must realize. But we have people who watch it after 10 minutes, switch off, and then complain about it. So, but you're warned. And that's what it is. You're informed. That's why we are very serious about audience advisories. I mean, that's sex, language, nudity, violence. Yeah, violence. And then the age restrictions. And on that, I must tell you, one night, my son and I was in matric already. We were watching a series that we always watch. It was Nokia's, it was supposed to be. And the next moment, this woman had a flashback of her and her husband, and it was a terrible scene. And the bed was going and all that. And my son and I sat there. My son said, they didn't warn us about this. I said, no, what is the age restriction? And then we couldn't find the remote to see what it was, and by then the scene was over. But I mean, that is the value of age restrictions. And I also feel that should be part of your children. My daughter said to me the other day, I was very strict. People can't believe that they were not allowed to watch movies that had age restrictions. But I thought that's just the way to do it. But they knew themselves as well. And that's what we must also teach our children, that some things are not for you, and this is what you have. If this is the age restriction, then you're not allowed to watch it. And if the parents are not informed, then they can't do that. And I've been at the movies where they refused the child to enter because he was too young. And the sister said, phone my dad, he says it's fine. And the dad says on the phone, it's fine. And it's not, because it was a high age restriction for violence. And then, okay, they didn't allow. I was quite impressed because the movie people didn't allow him to get in. But our parents should also take responsibility. In order for us to have freedom of expression, for us not to be taken it away from us, we must take responsibility, and we must exercise it with caution and with respect. And that is why we have the advisories, the audience advisories. So if we receive a complaint, and it is within the audience advisory is there, then we check, was it correct? But sometimes there's a slip-up, but normally the broadcasters don't slip up because they use the FBB's age restriction. Then you can say, okay, this was wrong because it was the wrong age restriction. There was no one, or it wasn't there. It wasn't provided. And then as far as children are concerned, we have the watershed on free-to-air broadcasts, free-to-air licensees like SABC, ETV. The watershed is at 9. So building up to 9 o'clock, nothing can be shown that's not for a child, but it can increase incrementally to more serious. So once you get past the watershed, obviously then you can show and more adult content. And then as far as subscriptions, licensees, DSTV, Mnet, and they are concerned, then the watershed is 8 o'clock. And then also after that, progressively more adult content that you can have. So that is all things that you can watch and see, and apply. And if the audience advices were correct, it was with or after the watershed correctly broadcast, then we look at the content, how it was presented and what it was. So, and then we go from there. And then once again, not only audience advisories, but also what we have when we get to reality shows, the clauses that we apply there is to look at its comment. And comment, if it's an honest expression of opinion and based on facts fairly stated or truly mentioned, truly stated or fairly indicated, then they can do that. So then it can be shown, because the reason for that is it basically boils down to, if the viewer sees the source of the comment, then it's for him or her to decide how much value to attach to that. I always use the example of when people send these messages on WhatsApp. It would be someone sitting in a bakkie somewhere, or someone standing, no, I know this, and nobody else knows it, and I know it. And then you ask yourself, who's this guy? How would he know this important information that I don't know? And that happens on social media. So, and I always, say, go to the source, see what the source is, and then you can decide how much you want to listen to this or not to listen to that. So that is part of our approach as well, is to provide the viewers with as much information as possible to enable them to decide what to watch or not. But that does not mean that we are abandoning our duty to enforce the code. And we do that, and lately we have quite a few complaints. Our complaints are mainly about these discussion programs that people feel they were not treated well, or they were not treated fairly, or things were said. And coming back to reality shows is the comment, as I said. We say that this is a comment. If you have a reality show and the person says, oh, I hate this, but based on this and this, then you can see whether it's true or not. But the other thing that's very important at reality shows is the dignity and the privacy of the person, because it's always also the case with investigative programs, is that the person who's being investigated or the person in the reality show, they ask him, they surprise him and said, look, this is your son, you never paid for him and all that. So that is, then it is, am I out of time? That is, then people complain about their dignity and their privacy that's been infringed. And that is also important. Then we look at that, so that comes important. But your privacy may be infringed if it is a legitimate public interest. So we had a complaint on a radio show, and the broadcaster was interviewing one of these Afrikaans singers, and he had a spat with another singer. And then he said, and the broadcaster said, okay, you're now here and you're going to be on TV in your own program, blah, 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 blah. And then what about you and this guy? So that had nothing to do with the reason why he was invited to be on the radio show. And he said, yeah, he's not like an all. And he said, he's dishonest. And the broadcaster did nothing. He just said, now we know. And he did nothing to balance it. If he had said, but you cannot say that or whatever, that it wasn't, so he didn't do that. And we found that that person's dignity, it was the complainant between us, was very unpleasant, but his dignity was infringed. We couldn't do anything about that. So that is how we look at things. And I think that is important. And as I said in the beginning, there are lots of, in the 90s, I was with the commission, then I went away, and then I came back again. But in the 90s, the complaints were more sexually related and what should not be shown and all that. And Bruce, forgive me, I always tell the story if I see I lose the audience. This is true what happened. Was long ago, ETV would on a Friday night broadcast porn, 11:45, soft porn, Emmanuel. And then one day we had a complaint about someone complaining. I think I started too early or something. But I must stop myself here now. When I told this story to the community broadcasters, I said, and then when we received the complaint, the one guy said, it wasn't me. So we complained about the porn movie. But so we always watch the program that's being complained about. So when we get a complaint, the tribunal sit and we watch it. And then the chairperson at the time said, Jette, we can't sit and watch a porn movie altogether. And I agree immediately with him. But then we got a disc to take home, a CD. So that Friday night I said to my kids, you're not allowed to come down. I'm watching a movie. And I actually fast forward. And that was a mistake. But anyhow, we got to the other side. So that was in those days. But now, as we spoke earlier, I spoke to Sandra from MultiChoice, is there so much porn on the radio and all that, on the radio, on internet, and so on, that it's not such a big thing on broadcast anymore, broadcasting content anymore. The complaints are more about violence to a certain extent, and then that people they feel they've been treated wrongly because dignity or privacy and things like that. But so that is what we do, and what we try to keep the balance all the time, looking at the balance of the people. And then it's not part of my speech originally, but when you mentioned the podcasts, the BCCSA, I said that we are now also enforcing an online code of conduct, and what we do, it's conduct that is put on YouTube by the broadcaster, which has already been editorially been done, like a discussion that they had, and then they put it on YouTube. But it was broadcast, and then it was put on YouTube, not the social media. And podcasts of the broadcaster that's been broadcast and then been as a podcast, that also falls under our jurisdiction. So, and the same rules apply that 30 days. You have to once you must say when you saw the broadcast, the video on YouTube the first time, and then 30 days from there. So that is that. But when the podcast, when that woman was taken out, that one podcast, with the first one you mentioned, then the parliamentary committee contacted us and asked us to do something about it. But we cannot do anything. It's an independent podcast. It's not a broadcaster's podcast. And then with this last podcast, which I also went to town about it, then the one comment was, because people were concerned about the content of the podcast, once again, we could not do anything, and people were concerned, and the one guy said, no, this is just the BCCI wanting to control podcast. We don't want to control podcast, but because we cannot at this moment do it, and we don't control, we just ensure that there's a balance. So, to come back to my question, I think, well, my view is that viewers and gender violence, and I've read, yesterday or the day before, that gender violence is not on female only. It's not femicide. There are many male victims as well. So I think in general, we can address GBV when you see that and you complain. Because we cannot, there are so many stations, broadcasters that are our members. We don't do censorship, don't act proactive, but the moment we get a proper complaint, we follow up. Even if the result is not what the complainant maybe thought it would be, at least she was heard, and we have a very good reputation. 2 years ago, we were awarded by the African Public Organization people. I went to Ghana to receive it as the best media regulatory body in Africa. So we are really very good at entertaining complaints, giving judgments, giving feedback. And sometimes Ms. Martin is our registrar. She's been there forever. And then we are sort of the targets of GBV because the people are taking us out. You know, they say, you don't know, you don't do your job, you don't want to do this, you don't want to do that. And then, just to prove my philosophy of knowledge is power, then I would never refer to what the person said or what he argued about, and we are this and we are that. I would just say, this is the BCCI, this is what we do, this is the person that appoints the people is Justice Vreneman, he's the chairperson of the Appeal Tribunal, and then that's it. So, and then I never come back because I didn't know that. So you answer with knowledge. And if you know what the BCCI is about, if you know how you have to complain, then please do. That is my plea today. And that is how we can move ahead and we can react to these things. Thank you for your time.
Dr. Sunette, you have said a lot. I was in awe of some of the things that, I listened to 3 radio stations. You are feared by radio stations. You are feared because recently there's a station I love the most. They were before you. And last week someone called and said, do you want to go back to BCSSA? So, and I'm glad you raised issues of behind rights that responsibilities. And there's no way, you couldn't have it either way in terms of you being responsive. Because that issue of censorship can also bring issues to you. I'm glad. However, there was an issue that, you raised very succinctly for me, whereby you said, we've got the rights to information as individuals, and also we must also abreast ourselves with the code of conduct. And also, one of the important aspects I realize is that how you are not having the biggest of capacities, like various institutions. But normally I don't do this, but I was just amazed because some of the things I thought I knew about your institution, I do not know them. So we're grateful for that wonderful presentation, and you did well by also taking me to my word that you are going to be speaking freely. Thank you very much. And on that note, after we've spoken very well, which, I saw colleagues and people raising their hands and nodding, can we take a body break so that, we refresh our minds? And next we have the other presenters. I hope they've given me their presentations so that, we can move along. Thank you very much. Let's take a 10 minutes, 15 minutes break. Thank you. See you after this. Colleagues online, we shall see you. You can send your questions to media@cge.org.za if you do not want everyone to see them, or you still use our Facebook page and YouTube page to send your questions and comment. Excuse me. I thank you for staying tuned with us. We'll be back live in 10 to 15 minutes. Welcome back, colleagues, and welcome back to those who are listening and viewing online from home. We're still on Commission for Gender Equality on YouTube and Facebook. Our X-handle is CG_ZA. We can lodge complaints, gender-related complaints, on our WhatsApp number 083-284-2567. It doesn't matter in which province you are, we'll direct the complaint to the relevant legal officer within the Commission for Gender Equality. And my name is still Jabu Baloyi. We decided to take a body break, so that we can digest and comprehend issues as presented. We are not going to be engaging with Dr. Sunet now. We are going to be having a nice discussion, questions, after all the three presenters have presented. Those that do have questions can send them at media@cge.org.za. Our wonderful colleague Mikateko Shpalani is able to direct them to the relevant persons in here. We also implore you to use our Facebook page to put your comment, our YouTube page to put your comment. And now I'll be calling on the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, Ms. Mamudupe Khatse, to make a presentation on behalf of the organization. Thank you so very much.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mami Dupikhatse, and I'm from the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa. And I would like to thank you for the invitation to come and present on this very important matter about gender equity and gender issues in society. So thank you very much on behalf of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa. That's the outline of my presentation for today. And as an introduction, as ICASA, we are established pursuant to Section 192 of the Constitution of the Republic. In terms of the Constitution, a national legislation must establish an independent authority to regulate broadcasting in the public interest and to ensure fairness and a diversity of views, broadly representing South African society in terms of the ICASA Act of 2000. So we are established in terms of the ICASA Act, and that wording is very important. A diversity of views, broadly representing South African society. And South African society is made up of different groups. We've got women, we've got children, we've got people with disabilities, we've got different groups that when we regulate, we've got to be able to understand our society and regulate in line with the needs of our society. So that's very important from the Constitution itself. In terms of our primary mandate, we start with the objects of our legislation. We've got the ICASA Act, we've got the Electronic Communications Act, we've got the Broadcasting Act when it comes to broadcasting. In terms of our mandate, when you look at Section 2A, it says that ICASA should regulate in the public interest and ensure fairness and a diversity of views, broadly representing South African society as per the Constitution. Also, in terms of Section 2B, ICASA should regulate, ICASA regulates electronic communications, broadcasting, and postal sector in the public interest. Today we are going to talk about broadcasting in the main. In terms of Section 2G, ICASA must promote an environment of open, fair, and non-discriminatory access to broadcasting services, ECNS and ECS services. More into our legislative mandate, looking specifically to the ICASA Act, which talked to the mandate of ICASA in making regulations. We make regulations, and in doing that, we regulate licensee and ensure compliance with regulations and license conditions. We conduct inquiries in terms of Section 4B. We establish standing committees to assist in effective exercise and performance of our powers and duties. So we do have regulatory processes as ICASA that are legislated that we have to follow. And our regulations are evidence-based, so we do inquiries, we conduct research in order to be informed about our processes and the matters that we want to regulate. So we normally do your international benchmarking. We do consult with our stakeholders locally, the broadcasters, the public, and other interested parties. We do consult with them when we embark on our regulatory processes. And we also hold public hearings where different organizations come and make presentations to the authority in terms of the topic under discussion. And also we publish our inquiries, which we call them discussion documents. And there's a legislated period of how long we should publish our inquiries, and we give the public time to respond to our inquiries. And there are those inquiries that we also hold provincial workshops, depending on how complicated the inquiries are. We hold workshops in different provinces. And also we publish our draft regulations for input. It's also a legislated process in terms of the time frame of gazetting the draft regulations. And then thereafter we hold public hearings also where the public can come, any member of society or organizations, to make presentations on their submissions to the draft regulations. It's an open process. Anyone is invited to attend, and then thereafter we publish final regulations. And then the ICASA Act also established a Complaints and Compliance Committee to investigate matters referred to it, such as complaints received and complaints regarding allegations of non-compliance. And we enforce the provisions. We've got offenses and penalties section that talks to how we should ensure that the broadcasters, because we are responsible for broadcasting service licensees, to ensure that broadcasters who are not complying with our regulations, we ensure that we apply our penalties, and in certain instances they have to pay for non-compliance, and then the CCC is the one that adjudicates on complaints and advise the authority in terms of the penalties. Section 4 empowers ICASA to make recommendations to the minister on any policy matters. And then Section 4.3b requires the regulator to monitor the broadcasting sector to ensure compliance with the Act and underlying statute. So in a nutshell, our processes are legislated as ICASA. So in terms of the problem statement, the reason we are here today is because of the various incidents in the broadcasting and social media space. that have caused a variety of reactions to societal, cultural, and religious issues, sparking debate about the role of broadcasting, electronic media, and social media in promoting, and just media in general, in promoting the values of the country. And then the engagement is in terms of, we're trying to overview the current state of broadcasting and electronic communication insofar as insofar as nation building and promoting gender equity. So in terms of, we look at our regulations, different regulations and the legislation itself to say, as ICASA, what is the role that we play in terms of addressing systematic gender issues that are contained in the document from the Commission for Gender Equality. And when we look at regulations, the first one is the Code of Conduct for Broadcasters, which is really the main one that deals with the matter at hand. It's mainly the Code of Conduct for Broadcasters. So we looked also at other regulations. There's community broadcasting regulations, the licensing process and procedures, and the sports broadcasting regulations. So in terms of the code, the speaker before me has gone to length in terms of the code. The same section that the process that the BCCSA follow in terms of the code is the similar section that is section 41 of the Electronic Communications Act, is the section that empowers ICASA to come up with the Code of Conduct for Broadcasters. The code was published in 2009 and has been effective since then. And I should say that as much as the code was published in 2009, and it seems like it's a long time ago, we as ICASA internally, we always do our research or also pay attention to the cases before the CCC or the cases before the BCCSA to assess if those warrant us relooking or reviewing our regulations. Because when we review our regulations, we've got to make sure that we align that to our legislation. As the speaker has already said before me, that there are other issues that might be thorny issues, but we have to make sure that those issues that we take on are issues that we can address in line with our legislation. So as much as it was published in 2009, we always make sure that we do our research, and if there is a need to review, we do. If there's no need to review, then we ensure that we enforce compliance with our Code of Conduct. So as has been said already, the legislation section 54 recognizes the role of the BCCSA, and I should say that a lot of broadcasters are members of the BCCSA, so they comply to the Code of Conduct, and those members, those broadcasters that are non-members of the BCCSA, they comply to the code of the authority. So in terms of this section, the BCCSA code have to be acceptable to the authority, ICASA, and also their disciplinary mechanisms have to be acceptable to ICASA. So we do have a working relationship with them. When they change their code of conduct, they send it to ICASA. We go through it as ICASA to ensure that it's acceptable. If we review our code of conduct, that means that after we review, then the BCSAs will look at their code of conduct to align it to those issues that are important and needs to be changed. So we do have that working relationship, and we are happy about their code of conduct and the way they apply it, their disciplinary mechanisms in terms of the code of conduct. So I'll try not to repeat what he has already talked to, because it's, I don't want to say the same, but it's the similar issues that are addressed in the both code of conduct. But the code of conduct is that very important document that addresses the issues that are being talked about today. So firstly, the code of conduct only applies to the broadcasters, as ICASA does not have an mandate over online broadcasting. The legislation talks to your traditional broadcasters, your traditional television, your traditional radio. It does not talk to online. And if you remember very well, the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies have published their draft white paper on audio and audiovisual services and online services. And that code is trying to assess how, as a country, we can address those issues with regards to what is happening on social media, what is happening that is harmful to our viewers, what is harmful to the general public. The draft white paper is trying to come up with ways, so I hope that the Commission had a time to look at the draft white paper and give input in terms of that, because as a country, we realize that we have to do something about it, but unfortunately, at the moment, as ICASA, we do not have a mandate over online, over those services that are offered through the internet. The broadcasters are responsible for ensuring that programs they broadcast are not harmful to audiences. So whatever is being mentioned in broadcasting, the broadcaster is held accountable. So if broadcasters are having interviews, they have to ensure that those people that they're having interviews with, they know the code of conduct, that there are some things you can't say on television or on radio. If you create a drama, or then you must know that there are certain things that cannot be contained in that drama. There are certain statements that cannot be said on radio and TV because they are harmful, whether to women, whether to children, whether to the public at large. So everyone who is involved with radio have to know that, because at the end of the day, we hold the broadcasters accountable, meaning that if there is a fine, it's a fine to the broadcaster, not the person who was saying those things on air. Broadcasters are expected to continue to conduct their primary role with, while guarding out against actions that may expose them to liability. They should provide adequate protection for members of the public from the inclusion of offensive and harmful material in broadcast programming. They must ensure that the broadcasters must comply with the code, and relevant employees and program makers, as I've already said, that when they commission program anything, everyone they work with, they should be sure that those people are aware of the code of conduct. All broadcasters should have procedures for ensuring that program makers can seek guidance on the code. The code protects viewers, listeners, including women and children, from broadcasts of hate speech, violence, and explicit sex, amongst others. Coming to the measures to curb harm, the first one we've already talked about, that broadcasters must not broadcast material which, judged within context, contains violence, which does not play an integral role in developing the plot, character, or theme of the material as a whole. And they must not broadcast material which, judged within context, sanctions, promotes, or glamorizes violence or unlawful conduct based on race, nation, or ethnic group, color, religion, gender, sexual orientation, age, or mental or physical disability. They must not broadcast material which, judged within context, amounts to the advocacy of hatred that is based on race, ethnicity, religion, or gender, and that constitute incitement to cause harm. So the code really is just to make sure that whatever is shown is not harmful, does not constitute hate, does not constitute violence within the country, and does not incite any violence, any propaganda of war or anything. So the code is to make sure that happens. And there are some exclusions, such as broadcasts which amount to bona fide discussion, argument, or opinion on a matter of public interest. In terms of sexual conduct, broadcasters must not broadcast material which judged within context contains a scene or scenes simulated of real of any of the following. Sexual conduct which degrade a person in the sense that it advocates a particular harm. And also explicit infliction of domestic violence, explicit sexual conduct, explicit extreme violence, or the explicit effects thereof. So I think that is self-explanatory, and it has been talked to in terms of sexual conduct. And we know as societies are different. We understand that in South Africa, in terms of sexual conduct, we are stricter compared to other countries. So it's important to understand the country that we are in. Hence, when we do our consultations, we make sure that we consult the South African public and not just take lessons from other countries, because we have to come to our country as South Africa to make sure that whatever we come up with aligns with us as a country. In terms of news, broadcasters must report news truthfully, accurately, and fairly, and news must be presented in the correct context and in a fair manner without without intentional or neglect departure from the facts. The identity of rape victims and other victims of sexual violence must not be divulged in any broadcast, whether as part of news or not, without the prior valid consent of the victim consent. So here is to protect the rape victims in news reporting. So to make sure that issues of rape are reported, but also there's dignity to those that are being reported on, and also so that they have consent for when their issues are being broadcast. So this is very important, especially in terms of news and also current affairs. Comment, I think this has been talked to. Comment must be an honest expression of opinion and must be presented in such a manner that it appears clearly to be comment, and must be made on facts truly stated or fairly indicated and referred to. I think on social media, what we talked about is the comments that are there that are harmful on social media. So in terms of broadcasting, this is covered in terms of content, in terms of comment, that if you are going to have an opinion, the opinion must be based on facts and stated fairly. So this is in terms of broadcasting, is covered, but now we are having a gap in terms of social media. Controversial issues of public interest, broadcasters must make reasonable efforts to fairly present opposing points of view, either in the same program or in a subsequent program. So if there's a controversial program and someone is being criticized, in terms of broadcasting, the people who are criticized should be given an opportunity to respond to that criticism. Privacy, dignity, and reputation. Broadcasters must exercise exceptional care and consideration, bearing in mind that the said rights may be overridden by a legitimate public interest. I think in terms of the privacy, dignity, and reputation, I think it's very clear and straightforward that whatever you broadcast, you must think about the dignity of that person. You know, and someone was talking about funerals, what happens in funerals, how funerals are being broadcast. In terms of broadcasting, we have that control to ensure that if you are broadcasting a funeral, ensure that you broadcast it in a way that the person who passed away and even the family still have their dignity intact. Special weight must be afforded to the privacy, dignity, and reputation of children, the aged, and persons with disability. competitions and audience participation, there must be fairness and transparency in terms of the cost of a telephone call or SMS cases where audience are invited to participate. So here is when there is a competition, audiences are supposed to participate. There should be correct information for participation that is given to audiences. And audience advisories, we have already talked to them, that for the programs, especially those that must not be watched by vulnerable groups, there has to be audience advisories so that there is information and parents can control or assist their children in watching those programs, and also so that sensitive viewers are also advised. The classification of content, as ICASA, we don't classify content. We've got an advisory service. The FPB does classify content in terms of the Act. In terms of compliance and monitoring, we've got a division that is responsible for compliance with the license terms and conditions, and compliance with the regulations. The compliance division also conduct workshops and engagement with licensees to assist with compliance requirement. And then the division refer non-compliance to the CCC that I've already talked about. And the referral to the CCC is often the last resort for serious and repeated non-compliance by a licensee. So we don't wait for a licensee, to not comply for a very long time. And sometimes we don't even wait for non-compliance. If we see that it looks like there are signs that this licensee is struggling, to abide by our regulations, we do arrange a workshop with that licensee to workshop them and assist them to comply to our regulations. So in terms of community broadcasting regulations, in South Africa, we've got a three-tier broadcasting system. It's commercial, it's public, and it's community broadcasting. So community broadcasting is very important because the tier is there to make sure that grassroots issues are discussed within specific and relevant communities to address the issues that are in those communities. Unlike you find that a public broadcaster, for example, covers the whole of South Africa, then it has to address national issues. So you've got community broadcasters that are there to address community issues. So when you look at the regulations, programming, in terms of the regulation, programming should reflect the needs of the community as identified and prioritized by that community in a forum. So this is important in terms of the programming of community broadcasters. Their target market is the community itself. So all those issues, the gender issues, the issues of children and all of that, they have to be discussed at a community level, and this is a platform to discuss those issues. And also the regulations provide for community participation. They encourage license structures to accommodate different genders, including women. So in terms of participation, there must be representation for participation in a radio station. There must be participation. All members of the community should participate, should influence the programming of that station. Programming council or committees must be representative of different interests. So there are programming councils or committees for a community radio station. The regulations requires that there are programming committees, and the programming committees, the representatives from those committees must reflect the community, meaning that there must be youth, women, or people with disabilities, so that all the issues in the community are addressed. And licenses are supposed to keep record of the entity or person or entity who or which is in control of or in position to exercise control over the licensee, including details of board members or trustees, including gender, race, and their addresses. Other regulations like your licensing process and procedure regulations, the regulations define historical disadvantaged groups to include women, and the regulations provide for ownership of broadcasting services for persons designated to include women. They provide that a minimum of 30% of the total ownership of the entity of an individual license is held by historical disadvantaged groups, and that include women. And also that's the same for the class licenses and individual licenses. That's where we require that the historical disadvantaged groups are part of the control of that licensee, that license or ownership. So that includes women. So lastly, in terms of our regulations, sports broadcasting regulations, that's where we list the sports of national interest. So with these regulations also, when we were reviewing them, we went around the country to find out from the public which sports should form part of the national sporting event. So in terms of women, those are the three: FIFA Women's World Cup, CAF Women's World Cup, and the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup. In conclusion, and I should say that just as the start from my conclusion, that this is a great engagement, and I have talked to the regulations that are applicable to the matter that we are discussing today, and I believe that going forward we will work with the Commission for Gender Equality to ensure that the issues of gender are fully addressed, and they will take part in our processes also to make sure. So this is a collaboration that has already started to make sure, and we have started the regulations that we are reviewing now is the municipal elections broadcasting regulations that we are going to publish in a month or so. So we'll really be happy to have the Commission for Gender Equality, because that's what we do with different institutions that are important in terms of our mandate, to work with them to ensure that we improve our work as the authority. So the authority, through its regulatory process, caters for empowerment and protection of women. However, we acknowledge that there is still more work that we should do. And we are committed to ensure that our programming remains relevant to the audiences. And also, as our mandate, we have to strike the balance between consumer protection and the respect for broadcasters' freedom of expression. We also aim to provide clear and consistent information to enable listeners and viewers to make informed decisions about the nature of the programming they elect to receive. And ICASA does not regulate online content. Thank you very much.
I did not hear hands from this side. I heard hands that side. Thank you very much. Mamudupi, they say flattery will get you anywhere. It opened doors. What you have done, you have just paralyzed me. You even looked at me while you were saying, this is the beginning of wonderful relationship with the Commission. And that shall be taken upon by us. And the common denominator with your presentation and what Dr. Sunette has done is the issue of striving for dignity and privacy of individuals. And I was also impressed by you going extra mile on the issues of the gendered aspect of your presentation. It was music to my ears and heart. So that, when we move in a gendered way, in a policy, in regulations, in whatever we're doing. I wouldn't dwell too much on the postcards of issues and what the bill that is there, the white paper that is there, because I don't want to get in trouble with the podcasters. I'm here for something else, which we're discussing systemic today. And I thank you so very much for that. Without further ado, I'll call upon, where's my program? Now I'll call the man that we have known for years as a Commission for Gender Equality, because I see Ms. Busisiwe Mashiho is not here. Excuse me? We have one presentation for ICASA. For ICASA. Yeah, no, I thought you would have brought her so that she can listen to you presenting. So, but anyway, it's well and good. The man that we have known for as a Commission for Gender Equality for years, Mr. Mkize, the stage is yours, sir. You can use this other side also, so that you don't disturb my colleagues this other side. Yes. They said, should I allow anyone, I'm going to be punished. And you who are watching at home, please write those questions. They will be answered. We are not in a combative mode. We are about to be engaging each other, learning from each other, building capacity for each other. Thank you very much. The stage is yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe before I proceed, just one correction. I was with the Human Rights Commission and worked very well with the gender, the CGE back in the day. Before we proceed, just to greet everyone, Chair, the commissioners online, the colleagues from the CGE, Chair of the BCSA, Dr. Lore, and Mami Dupi from ICASA, my former colleague as well, and all who are here. My name is Bruce Mkize. I'm the head of the regulatory compliance at MultiChoice. With me is Sandra Geldenes, who is going to be sharing the presentation with me, and we have the third colleague there, Rene Jacobs, who is the head of the content strategy at MultiChoice. Firstly, just to start with thanking you for the invite. We are happy to be here and to share our perspective on the topic. Although when I went through the concept note, I realized that there were also other should I say competitors that have mentioned, but although I'm not sure whether they are still going to be, they are still going to interact with them, the likes of the Netflix and SAPC. We recognize the role that is played by the CGE in the promoting of gender equality, which we all know is one of our constitutional imperatives. And MultiChoice also has a long history. MultiChoice has a long history of supporting and advancement of women both behind the scenes and in front of the camera. And we are proud of our successes. We just thought we'll share with you just a snapshot of what we have done, because we are intentional about promoting gender equality. So we showing you what now have become the household names of sports broadcasting presenters. You will recall that this used to be a male-dominated sector, all right? Whenever there was any sports event that was on TV, the presenters were always males. Now we know that we have changed that picture altogether. Carol Shabalala is well known. Amanda Dlamini is one of them, and all others. This is just a snapshot. That is also behind the camera, you'll find the same position as well as production. But also in terms of the of our makeup of our employment as well, employees at MultiChoice, at the leadership role, you will notice that again there's been that improvement. The leader, for example, of content sort of the GE, which we call General Entertainment, is female as a CEO. So we are intentional about empowerment and also gender equality. But we do agree with the concept note as well as CGE that the depiction of gender issues in SA media is generally problematic. And thanks to social media, we now know how the society feels, in particular those who have access to social media. The strange thing about social media is that on the one hand, that is where you'll find the perpetuation sometimes of should I say, gender violence in terms of the comments. But at the same time, that's where you get reaction. We also get feedback, apart from the complaints that we receive from social media, on how our viewers and our subscribers feel about some of our programs. So we also get feedback from those. So we do agree with you, Chair and colleagues, that the SA media has an important role to play in advancing country's constitutional values and including gender equality. And that if we get it wrong, we will then also contributing to the perpetrator of the sketch. Regarding the concerns on media and gender, I think we, like I've said, we are of the view that they are valid. We are also committed in playing our positive role and making corrections and improvements where we fall short. As I indicated earlier, we are not perfect. We also do get it wrong, and luckily for us and the society, we have the likes of ICASA and the BCSA, which hold us accountable. And as a licensed broadcaster, we are bound by various checks and balances. Like Mamitu has indicated earlier, one of those are the license conditions. So we broadcast on the basis of a license that we received from ICASA. That license has conditions that we have to comply with. In the event of non-compliance, we'll risk losing that license, which means we cannot continue broadcasting. So it's important that we comply with that license. The license is also not permanent. It is due for renewal from time to time when the period expires. And among other things we have to demonstrate before it can be renewed is that we have complied with its conditions. So also the codes of conduct, the chair of the PCSA was referring recently, to a program, among others, about the couple. We'll discuss that later. A young couple, that is a program that's on our platform. And we agree it has generated a lot of debate, in particular because of the nature of the relationship between that couple. They married very young, but we will deal with that later just to explain the nature of that program. They received complaints against us the first season, and again this season they received quite a number of complaints, and those are dealt with by the PCSA. So again, that's how we are held accountable. Just before I continue, just to indicate that apart from the regulators, the relationship that we have with our broadcasters is a commercial one. So they pay us to watch our program. So our viewers and subscribers also hold us accountable on how we present our programs. In the event we get it wrong, they can vote with their wallets and easily cancel their subscriptions, which would be bad for the business. So that's another accountability area that we have to comply with. The code that I referred to earlier requires us to be, again, to schedule the programs accordingly, taking into account whether the children who are obviously are protected by the code, whether they will access the programs that are not as suitable for them, and also the classification obligations that Dr. Lodale referred to earlier, where we have to inform the viewer about the nature of the content, and Sandra will speak to that later as well. And as I said, we do receive complaints directly from the viewers, which again we have to respond to, and there are then complaints that are referred to the regulators, BCCSA being one of them. We just, on the concept note, there are other forms of media which have been referred to, but they do not go through the regulatory compliance regime that I've referred to. So, for example, the likes of Netflix or the likes of Facebook, etc. I should say, I mean, the concept that refers to the gaps maybe in the policy or legislation. That's the area that everyone has been talking about, and I will deal later also with before I close with what the Department of Communications, or the CDT now is Communications and Digital Technologies, is doing about that, because that gap again has been identified. So as part of our presentation, which I share with Sandra, we will discuss about the onset protections. In other words, before we communicate with our subscribers or our viewers on air, there is work that is done before that, including the production work which is done on set. That is where we start implementing the protections to ensure that we comply with gender equality. And Sandra will deal with that. And then there is, again, after that production has been completed, but before we broadcast, again, we also implement the protections there to ensure, one, that our content does not contravene the code, including the gender equality provisions in the code, which is hate speech. Then again, after the broadcast, we still receive complaints. As I indicated, I will deal with that, how we deal with that area. And lastly, we will also touch on additional corrective measures after the broadcast. So I will hand over to Sandra now just to take us through the onset protections.
So, as MultiChoice, we are committed to providing a safe environment on set for all personnel, especially women and other vulnerable groups. As an example, I've long time ago worked in publicity, and I was also on the set of Survivor. So in a setting like that, where females are dressed in their costumes and not very much else, at night they have something like a night guard that sleeps over. So when the cameras are not rolling, that level of protection is there. Somebody is awake at all times and assists on set. It's important to note that our independent producers are directly responsible for running the production sets. The broadcaster's role is to hold producers accountable where necessary, and we ensure any issues which may affect women on set are addressed fully. For that reason, we continue to engage with advocacy groups, for example, SWIFT, the sisters working in film and television, to see where improvements can be made.
Thanks, Sandra. And on the next slide, just to discuss about the broadcast protections. So, as I indicated, after the production, we still have to ensure that before we go on air, before we broadcast, that the content is compliant. So MultiChoice, unlike other broadcasters, so for example, the ETV and SABC, is a subscription broadcaster, and I would say pay TV. But we are also a platform. So we have probably, I would say, two broad categories of channels that we have. On the one hand, we'll have channels that we have editorial control on, that are ours, so we produce those channels, and then we can carry it, and we package them, and then we carry them on our platform. But we also have what we refer to as third-party channels. Those are the channels that we acquire. They retain their own editorial control. They also have editorial independence, but that those controls have to be, the editorial control they have to be within the code, as well as other requirements, regulatory compliance requirements. So all those channels that I'm referring to, one example of those I think we'll refer to later in our discussion is Mojalav. Mojalav is a third-party channel which we acquired. They retain editorial control, but as we indicate in the second bullet point, they are contractually required to comply with our license, the PCCSA code, and all those obligations, including privacy, dignity, which we referred to earlier, and hate speech. So the code deals with the issue of gender-based violence, including including promotion of gender-based violence under the hate speech clause and other clauses that doctors referred to. So those channels are contractually required to comply, even though they retain their editorial independence. And we do not intervene in terms of what they decide to broadcast. Our limitation is to ensure that whatever content they have is, firstly, it should be is content that is suitable for our viewers, but moreover, it also compliant. In the event that is non-compliant, it's obviously a breach of their contractual obligations. And in that event, because we take the ultimate responsibility on what we broadcast, we can then intervene from the contractual point of view. But we do more than just accept them. In other words, we don't just acquire a channel. Before the channel is on our platform, there are measures that we take into account to ensure that, one, we are compliant, and again, it's in line with our policies as a platform. We consider ourselves as a responsibility broadcaster. So at what we refer to is onboarding. In other words, at the moment we start having the discussions with a particular channel that we intend to acquire, there are many of those. National Geographic, for example, is a third-party channel. Before we onboard them, so we start engaging with them about the requirements. Once we will train them on the code, we will train them on, if it's an international channel, on what is required in terms of South African laws, in addition to the code. The channels that we have on our platform continue, obviously, to invest in new content. So they will have new shows from time to time. Again, before they, in some instances, depending on the nature of the show, before they continue with the hosting show, they will again approach us. We'll have a discussion. We'll check what the nature of the show is and whether it's compliant. That is, for us, it's important. So then we train them, as indicated, on the code. Not all of them are familiar with the code, in particular the international ones and also the local ones, because their role really is content production and broadcasting, and it's an entertainment in most cases. So for us is to guide them to ensure that they comply with the code. We do also, as I indicated earlier, receive complaints from the viewers from time to time. Again, in that instance, we will engage them directly about those complaints. And if we are of the view that there are things that they should change or improve on, we will then raise that with them. And the PCSA is very, very strict on compliance. So we do get sanctions. Firstly, we do get rulings against us from time to time. You can access those on the PCSA website, and some of those sanctions include fines. or in some instances we have to apologize for, or a channel has to apologize for that transgression. We ensure that one, if there's a fine, that fine is paid. If there's a requirement to apologize or retract, we ensure that they do that. It's not doing that is non-compliant, and again, it may put our license at risk. So it's one of the areas where we ensure compliance. Sandra?
So Bruce mentioned the third-party channels now and that they're also compliant, but as far as the multi-choice channels are concerned, we have various checks and balances in place because we package those ourselves and we have more control over commissioned content, for example. So with the exception of live content, which can't be pre-vetted, all our content is reviewed in full and classified with appropriate age ratings and warnings before broadcast. This classification process is critical to ensure that we're scheduling content at the right time, so we adhere to the watershed clauses, and we don't put something in place where kiddies are expected to be in front of the TV screens, and we give those audience advisories to warn audiences when something might be upsetting. So we have additional warnings to say, this is rated 16, but if you're older and sensitive, please use your discretion before you view. We take great care to check whether content might contain disturbing themes or contain depictions of prejudice, sexual violence, or any of the other classifiable elements. And the objective is to inform our viewers. Whether you're an adult but sensitive, or whether you're a caretaker of young ones, you can make an informed decision. We don't censor, we show and you decide. Okay. We warn and you decide.
Yes. And that's important part because I think on the slides much has been said by the chair of the PCSA earlier, and I also highlighted that we are required to comply with the code. So I won't mention much, except that among other things that we are required to do on the third slide is that all broadcasters are required to publicize the code. In other words, we must inform our viewers about the PCSA code, as well about the PCSA where they can lodge their complaints against us, and we do that as part of the requirements. And I've discussed the issue of the sanctions. But just to highlight one of the points that Sandra indicated on is that the regime that we have currently is mainly to inform, right? So that's what we do. So in terms of classifications, we are required to classify. We do that by indicating whether the firstly age restriction, whether it's suitable, where the content is suitable for children or sensitive viewers, and also we'll have age restrictions regarding those. And it's a most important part of compliance because the viewer is required to make a choice. And in our platform, because of the number of channels that we have, the viewers have choices. In the event which the content is not suitable for them, they can always move to another channel. So that's important, and that we comply with. I think, Sarah, this is yours.
So since we are a South African broadcaster, it's to be expected that our content will reflect our country, both in the good and the bad. Sometimes there will be depictions of sexism and gender-based violence, which is obviously upsetting to our viewers and generally the catalyst for widespread discussion, complaints to follow. In such cases, we will often take additional steps and schedule special episodes that will feature guidance from experts in the field. So our naughty children in Big Brother live show, very hard to vet before, except for contestants that sign a code of conduct that they agree to, but we all know how it happens when they're in the house. They forget the documents that were signed, and life is life. They live their life. They forget about the cameras. They say things that they shouldn't say to each other. They get into trouble. In those cases, we will, like, for example, the last season of Big Brother, we got a wellness counselor She will empower the housemates, and we will record and broadcast the session so that at the same time we're also empowering the viewers with tools and insights. And in this example, it was also about GBV. So, we put that in place to at the same time school our contestants as well as our viewers where we can. So we try and put the balance back.
And just to add on this, because I think the discussions really for the topic of today will really be on this kind of shows. And the reason is that reality TV generally is a complex one. There are two issues there because as the title says, it is a reality TV. In other words, we promise to show what is real. In other words, it's not scripted, all right? So it's not like any other entertainment channels. So there will be instances where the contestants or participants of the show will either not comply with our policies because we will have policies in place. Big Brother is one example. There are do's and don'ts, but it does not mean that they will always comply. What makes it difficult also with Big Brother is because it is live. So the moment a participant contravenes one of our rules, either by statements or conduct, the intervention is when we do this is post the act, that kind of conduct, and already the viewers will have access to it, and there will be an issue. So as you can see on the slide, there are those kind of interventions where we will have the experts to discuss that issue for two reasons. One, for the education of the contestant or the participant who, if it's a sexist, for example, kind of a statement, will have to deal with that. If it's GPV, they'll have to deal with that. So it's for their own education, but also for the education of the audience. Another example that we refer to here is Senganilengane. I spoke about that earlier, the young couple, and when the show first started, they were still young. So they got married, they were very young, immature. Also in a very rural setting in northern KZN. One can say because of socialization, the husbands tends to be very abusive, either in terms of in particular in terms of of utterances. It has generated debates both on social media as well as the complaints that we receive. For us, the debate that we always had about the show is, do you censor what we know is a reality is happening between the couple? Do you edit it out? One school of thought is then the moment you edit out, you are no longer showing the reality. So, and we see the show as the mirror to society, because we know the sketch of gender-based violence that we have. And it's basically a reflection, and then it generates that kind of a debate or those discussions. But we don't think it's enough to leave it as a program that is a mirror of the society. We need to do more than that. So what normally happens is that in the final season of the final episode of the particular season, we will then firstly identify the areas which we saw as problematic and that requires intervention, and then we invite all the cast who are on the show or the participants, and then invite the experts in the area where we want them to assist. So what you will have, for example, you'll have psychologists, social workers, the gender-based violence experts who will counsel the couple, but also it's for the educational value of the viewers, because it's not something that we accept or should be promoted. But as indicated, there is a serious debate. So there are two areas: whether there are compliance issues which the BSSA has to deal with. But in some instances, you do come across the programs like I indicated all that earlier, that are compliant with the code but are undesirable because of the nature of the program. So we may be compliant, but it is not what our viewers would like to see. So that's another accountability area where then we decide whether or not, firstly, what kind of interventions that we can make, like in this particular case, that every final episode will involve a form of counseling, because we think that because of their age, they're still going through those the growth stages where the maturity is a big issue. So yeah, I think this I know we know it has generated quite a number, quite a hit in terms of the debates that we have on social media, as well as the number of complaints that the PCCA has received. So in conclusion, we really welcome this opportunity to engage on these important issues. We know the issue, and we know how serious these issues are as we face it as a country. And again, we don't claim to be always right. We have our own shortcomings, and this kind of sessions will assist us in improving where we're required to improve. As I indicated earlier, the concept note refers to other types of media. Unfortunately, while the government department, which is the CTT, is still dealing with those gaps, we will continue facing those. So there is a white paper I was referring on, which will deal with issues of social, online safety, which still is a gap. And we promote core and self-regulatory mechanisms, which the ones, for example, we have with the PCSA. The broadcasters are no longer, so as you know, the broadcast, we no longer receive content only on TV, but we also have moved online. We identified the gap. We then had a discussion with the PCSA as the members of NAB that can we, for our members, the broadcasters who have online presence as well, develop a code that will focus on the online content. And we are grateful to the PCSA, even though they were not obliged, that they agreed, because we all identified that area for us which required the intervention. And once again, thank you for this opportunity, and we are around to discuss further, and my colleague Renee will answer all other questions.
Still again, I did not hear hands this side. Thank you. Mr. Bruce and Sandra, I like the telepathy in the presentation. I hope we will copy it. And second to which, I saw a room for collaboration with the Commission for Gender Equality on issues where you bring experts to multi-choice to engage with them. You see, all these three people sitting here, they're legal gurus. So they can also open avenues for us. And I don't want to comment on, I'm not a legal person, I'm a social scientist, I don't want to comment on I want to stay out of it. However, I want to give you big thumbs up on issues of women, more especially young black women. I saw you have pushed another one from SABC not so long ago to come to you, one of the best in sports. So that is very wonderful and commendable, because you know when we see sports growing and the face it's changing, and it's a woman. And I've seen you have exported one to the Premier League. Is it Julia? That has gone at times goes to overseas. That is very wonderful from MultiChoice. So on that being said, with the flowers that I'm giving it to you, here are the people to engage with you. There are people online to engage with you, and other people who are sitting here to engage with you, so that, you know, we discuss. And from there, I don't know, Mika, how do we do this? Do they respond where they're sitting? You think so, ne? So that we don't, you know, we're a caring institution. You know, you can't come to the Commission for Gender Equality and you get abused. You heard our acting chairperson said, let them remain where they are, as a sign of respect unto you. So, do we have questions online? or do we have questions coming from the floor? And from there, I'll call upon our acting chairperson to give us the way forward, and then we close and we go for lunch. So in the interim, it's a discussion. Don't be afraid, Mr. Bruce, by giving Renee questions. It's a discussion. No one is going to hammer you, say this is wrong, this is right. No, we're learning from each other. And then we'll be grateful as a commission when BCCSA one day, just like traffic officers are feared the most, they have us as a commission for any gender-related complaints. And as a byline, go to the Commission for Gender Equality. ICASA also, for anything that you want to be trained, to be empowered on gender mainstreaming, go to the Commission for Gender Equality. We are closer to them. We want you, we can do this. And we work in that unionism for the betterment of South Africa. That will be the grateful thing for this country that will be doing as these institutions, including ourselves. Thank you so very much. I saw my chairperson looking at me. I should think maybe she wants to have a discussion, the first one on the table. The way she smiled and looked at me, she has got a wonderful thing to say. Thank you very much. Please do give her a mic.
Thank you, spokesperson. I did not pay him to say anything that he has just said. I'm generally somebody that smiles. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I want to approach this from the way of a discussion, rather for us to go into a question and answer session. We're going to raise issues, and what we would like to hear from you more than anything else is the challenges that you face in advocating gender equality, gender mainstreaming, and gender-based violence. The chairperson of the BCCSA very nicely said that we need to look at hate speech from the way of the right to also be informed. So how do you balance hate speech, the right to be informed, with the view of creating positive dialogue? The question is posed to anyone. It's more like, how are you dealing with this challenge currently? Thank you.
Yes, it is. It's putting me on the spot, but that's what the BCC says about is finding a balance between all the human rights that there are, specifically with broadcasting content. And I think dignity is very related, also relates to gender, because often it's said about gender that's impairing the dignity of the person. But also, as far as hate speech is concerned, hate speech as such is not, is bad. You cannot use hate speech. I mean, if you comply with the definition of hate speech, it's totally banned in that sense. But where you have someone saying, I wish I can think of a, we had a long time ago, it's quite a while ago, there was a song, not Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer, another song about people, and it was very rousing. And I said, but it's the song. The song said, kill, it was one of our racial components in South Africa, one of our people. And they said it was a song, and we said, no, because the people are, that's where it is, they are encouraged to do something. If you say, I hate this or that, that's one thing, or I don't like, or putting people down, that's one thing. But the moment you say that we should, it's always difficult to speak about race, but when you say something about race that should be done, then if it's incitement to harm person because of what was said, then that is a contravention of the code. So it's the same as in the Constitution as well, that there should be a result. It's not only saying that you hate this person or that, saying bad things about person. There should be a result of inciting people to do something about it. So if you say your women belong in the kitchen where they should wash dishes and cook, that's one thing. But if you say women belong in the kitchen because heaven forbid that they go to the office, and if you see them at the office, please send them back to the kitchen. You know what I'm saying? That's where you try to get it right. And I mean, I think a huge thing about the perception of women is still there's a perception, and we have to work on that perception. It's sometimes people, they would say to me as a joke, "Oh, you belong in the kitchen." And I said, "Yeah, I don't see you there." But it's that is what I'm saying. It's as long as it's not an incitement to harm.
And I think just to add, I agree 100% with what the chair says of the BCSA. It's always difficult to achieve the balance between these two rights, right? Freedom of expression and its hate speech that is gender-based in particular. Because I think GBV, you could easily deal with it because it cannot be promoted. But the speech, I'm not necessarily conduct. And I'm thinking on a situation where the debates we have, in particular with the show that we are referring to, where do we sort of not reflect the reality? In other words, some form of censor, even though we are of the view that we have taken a view that this is not one promoting gender equality. In fact, it's primitive view. And allow it so that the society can respond to it because it's reality that's happening? Or do you, and by doing that, there's also a risk that you'll probably be seen as promoting it because you allow it to happen on your platform. On the other hand, if you add it out and not show it, then we deprive the society opportunity to reflect on a reality on what is happening. And as we know, it is happening there. So a good example is social media for us. I think if you look at what is happening on social media, because right now there is, by social media I'm referring to the likes of X, the former Twitter, and also the podcasts that we have which are not regulated. And not so much about the presenters of those shows, but the reaction that you get from their followers. It is such a difficult thing to consume because the significant number of people, the way they still think. Now, as we say, we do have a role that we agree to shape those. But there's always that challenge that you may not really reach those audiences by purely having programs that are aimed at educating them. But what we've decided to do, for example, in our cases, is to mainstream those kind of information. In other words, when you educate, it should be within the program that already has a problem, because it attracts those viewers. They are there. And don't miss the opportunity to educate those that are attracted to that kind of a program. Because the reason that they are there, they are watching, they know exactly, like the chair was saying, they know what is going to happen, they know what to expect, but they'll still tune in. Then it's opportunity because you want to mainstream. Instead of having targeted educational programs, the other way of doing it is just use those programs to educate them.
I don't want to hog the microphone, but I just want to explain something which I didn't say in my presentation as well, is when we decide whether the code, and I think Mama, do people agree with me, when we decide whether the code was infringed or not, then you have to look at the program as it was broadcast. You cannot take cognizance of what happened on social media or things like that. You have to watch it as the person who's watching it, the viewer, how he sees it. There's no outside context. It's all within the program. So where I agree with Bruce, the corrective should then be where the program is being broadcast. And also there's sometimes the issue if you have what becomes a problem is when is the corrective to be? Do you have to wait till the end of the program, end of the series or the season, or should it be, those are questions that eventually then have to be decided within the context of the program. But we cannot I understand what he says, that in social media it engenders conversation and all that, but we cannot take cognizance of that. Do you agree, Mama?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think just to add to also what's been said here in terms of, how do you handle those issues, hate and all of that, the code does indicate that there are those issues that if it's a public interest issue, then it can be discussed. And I understand that it's not as simple as that, because sometimes, the line between, real hate that require penalties and an issue of public interest, can be a very difficult matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your responses. I would like to hear from you with regard to the way to propose programs. What is the necessary steps that you would be taking to ensure that we promote gender equality, gender mainstreaming, and programs that address the crucial subject of gender-based violence and femicide?
So I'm stealing this opinion from my colleague Sandra because she didn't raise her hand. But while Ms. Baloi was presenting this last slide, for example, before we started on the details of the CGE, on our programs, like I indicated, in instances where we deal with social problems, we also add the slides where we indicate where people who can be approached. So, for example, on gender-based issues, if they come up they will come up in this particular program, we'll have add among those slides, because we saw that one and we will ask for it. The contact details of the CGE is one example. Another, which we do from time to time, as soon as we identify the issues from weather channel, if there's a particular training that is required beyond the code, for example, is the areas where we can collaborate, like Mr. Baului said earlier, and the channels in most cases, in particular Mochadavi's case, is something that they had raised, that it may be necessary to have the producers, because who make the final decision on what to go on air, to have that kind of sensitive training. And because we are not experts in everything, as I indicated, they are also not experts in everything, but we do have resources that we can use. So just one area of the program, in terms of the programs that I can immediately think of.
Multi-choice, this one is for you specifically, and your colleagues in the front are going to now start listening to you, okay? What can you identify as gaps in policy and legislation, and what are your challenges therein?
Yeah, thank you. I think they, like I've indicated, so firstly, they have been identified in the concept note, the issues, and it's mainly, so multi-choice as a platform, we are heavily regulated, and we welcome that. So we do, although, however, have identified the similar issues that have been identified by on the concept note, that the areas where the issue of should I say, gender-based violence, or should I say the promotion of gender-based violence in terms of speech, it is mainly on the platforms that are not regulated. So the podcasts not only will do that, for example, but they will then defend that because there's no else we can tell, unless if you've been affected personally, you can then take them to court on the equality court, on the, like I think one of the victims is currently doing. But that area is definitely one area where we identified that those are gaps. I mean, for example, what we have done, we do understand in some podcasts they do, because they're not all the same. Some of them do have entertainment value for the youth, for example. So our relationship with some of them is that whenever we want to broadcast any of their content, we will definitely sit down, have a look at the content, and go with fine comb to make sure that there is not just the issue of compliance, but that it is suitable for our viewers. So that area, and as I indicated earlier, that there's really a serious gap there. And that's why you get that in the social media. In our case, we are happy with what the PCC has done, including to accept our proposals to close those gaps for broadcasters.
Thank you very much. Let me give them the questions from the viewers so that we exchange. Those who are online. There's one question I should think is directed to multi-choice by one of the persons on Facebook, Miss Notemba Sonjika. She says, without censorship and limiting creativity, does multi-choice monitor certain storylines to ensure that they do not perpetuate certain harmful ideals? Shall I repeat? Okay. Okay, it's clear. Then there's questions from our commissioner, Her Royal Highness Mohane. The questions are as follows. How are artists' music videos monitored? Right now in Mpumalanga, restaurants are not allowing women dressed provocatively to enter their premises. There is a sign and someone hired to kick people out. How are broadcasting houses doing the same for these explicit music videos? Online misogynistic tendencies are reaching an all-time high. How do you get male views across in the craft without it being seen as misogynistic? This one, I should think it's ICASA. How are media houses trained when it comes to covering cases? Male against female cases get more coverage than female against male cases. There's a recent one now. There's a lady here in Midrand. She has stabbed the boyfriend. She's 22. The boyfriend was 31. Was buried in Malamulele. Number 4, I should think it goes to my dear brother, MultiChoice. Shows like Moja Love have been attacked for publishing contents where viewers believe they are promoting patriarchy. How do we ensure they are accountable and don't just issue unsettling statements? And she ends questions by saying, we are on the right track. Commission for Gender Equality and stakeholders, even United Nations is discussing the same topic as we speak. Thank you.
Thanks. I will start. I think we have 3 questions. So the first one is how do we monitor the storylines without really censoring to ensure that those storylines do not either promote gender-based violence or even patriarchy. And we agree. So we do our own monitoring, like I indicated earlier, that whenever the channel is pitching a story, we do check those that they do not they don't fall foul of those provisions, and that is promotion of gender-based violence or patriarchy. But also our main monitors on this are the viewers themselves. The feedback that we get from the viewers inform us about whether the show is acceptable to our viewers. In other words, do our viewers want to continue watching, or when instances where it generates a number of a significant number of complaints, then it gives us it just gives us the views from our subscribers whether it meets their taste or not. Okay. So that's the first one. So there will be instances where if we are of the opinion that this show, it could probably for the second time around, that we have those issues with it, we will definitely ask the channel to discontinue because we do have that right. It's necessarily not censorship, but one, it may be, well, it's not suitable for us as a platform, but also it hasn't met our viewers' expectations. We have every right to do that. We can do that as a platform. So the strange thing about explicit music videos is that for a while, we, not just us, I think all other broadcasters, because every broadcaster will have a music channel. I think probably it started in the early 2000s where it sort of moved way left in terms of what you see in terms of content. So we, in the past, never classified music videos at all. We just allowed because one, it's nature, so it's just the nature of the youth. They enjoy that kind of content, but our subscribers are parents, so we get feedback from them. And we received a significant number of complaints regarding the nature of music videos in these days. In fact, I think you hardly find any music video where you think about the dressing which is acceptable in terms of our standards, in particular the norms and in SA. So what we have done is we've done what we never thought we'd do. So we do classify music video channels. The reason we do that is that it allows our subscribers to block them. So if it's not classified, you can't block. But if it's classified, you can use your pin block mechanism so that your children, if you are not around, cannot access them. So that's one major, because as I said, the taste of our subscribers differ, and it's difficult to satisfy all of them. But in order to empower them, that's what we've done. We've just implemented, a few years ago, we implemented classification for a particular channel so that the parents can block those, and if they prefer that their children do not have access to, they are able to do that. But we also had recognized that being a problem. And on the Moja Love, the program that I was referring to, is on Moja Love. So I agree there have been those debates about whether that program does promote patriarchy or it invokes debate about patriarchy. So it's an ongoing discussion. It's currently, what do we say? We don't have it running on air. So it's off season. So we will. It is a debate that we'll continue to have, and as I said, there is a pending also ruling from the BCCA about one of the episodes, and we're also thinking how do we intervene going forward. But we do agree that there is that debate. We're not shying away from. We are engaging with that. I think the last question was addressed to ICASA. I think I've answered 3 that were addressed to me.
Okay, thank you very much. The question in terms of media houses covering cases, I did not really get that clearly in terms of what the question was about the reporting, and can you please repeat it again?
Thank you, Mamojopi. I think it talks about the gender-sensitive reporting of cases, whereby media houses give credence to more cases where it will seem a man has done an act of gender-based violence, rather than where a woman has done same. So how do we then help media houses to do gender-sensitive reporting on issues. What's your role there in that regard? That could be the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. It's clear now. Yes, as ICASA, we do not really get into the content of news reporting. So the broadcasters have got that editorial independence in terms of the content that they are going to broadcast. So in terms of the content of what they broadcast, unless what they are broadcasting, then it does not comply with the code of conduct that we are having. But in terms of that, you know, to say that they focus on more maybe women than men or more men than women it does not form part of our regulatory mandate. We don't regulate that. So broadcasters also have policies in terms of their coverage, but we don't really go into their policies to say this is what should be included in your policies or so, unless there's an issue that has been raised, because as much as in some areas we don't have regulatory mandate, but we do meet with their broadcasters and raise the issues that require that they pay attention to, which, you know, in certain instances, they do, in fact, address those issues. Like lately, we have been talking to them about the issue of artificial intelligence, which in some, to a certain extent, also talks to the issue of code of conduct. So there are a lot of issues that when issues comes up and they are important to society, and at the moment we cannot regulate them, we do have those discussions with broadcasters.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the viewers at home and those who are driving. There's one who's driving, losing network on the road, but she appreciates the responses thereof. Now we're going back to the colleagues in here at the front. I hear, Mika, there's another question? Yes. Then let's start from here. Oh, you want to start from there? No, you can start from there, and then we'll come to the acting chairperson, and then to Mr. Shuping. It's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to thank CGE for the opportunity and the invitation for us to be part of this. I truly appreciate it, because we've been partners now for 2 years in terms of your property, as you know, the gender-based property. I must say that this session has been very insightful and very informative. I think with other stakeholders that are here, getting to understand what each stakeholder does, especially ICASA and BCCSA. So for me, it's new information that I wasn't privy to previously. I must say also that as Urban Brew Studios, for us to have this understanding, I'll take this back with me. I think we are already doing that in terms of how we craft our content with all the programs that are on air currently with the different broadcasters. We're very careful to ensure that our content is not harmful to the viewers. We do not associate ourselves with content that is, I'm trying to find the word. Sorry, I'll remember the word. But the content that is, for lack of a better word, that is somehow dirty. So we're careful about that. But also, I think it's very tricky for content producers, because we all know that we are all competing for eyeballs, we are all competing for revenue. So a lot of channels, whether they are third party, maybe from the multi-choice side, it's a competition. You know, we are all, there's a lot of channels already with the streaming platforms and YouTube growing as well, social media also. So everyone is fighting for these eyeballs. And sometimes we can see that other broadcasters don't really follow the rules, the regulations that have been placed, and they just focus on revenue and I mean their ARs. But yeah, it's really tricky. I have a question for CGE. I just want to find out what measures are in place to ensure that so from my side, I would know that with Gender Space, that that's an initiative that is focusing on speaking to the masses, because we are in the space of the masses, even though we are a religious channel, but we attract a lot of lower LSMs. So it is, we regard our channel as a channel that attracts the masses. So, but what initiatives are there from a digital point of view, social media point of view, that that you are doing to ensure that people are aware of what their rights are, what you stand for as CGE? And I want to use an example of an incident that happened recently in my community where, you know, because of social media, we have WhatsApp groups, which is very good. Social media has helped a lot. It has unified communities through WhatsApp groups. We are able to know what's happening around where we stay and also raise flags if there is a need. So I find something, and I couldn't raise it myself, but I find that in the groups, if one raises a concern with the other neighbor who's doing something that could be harmful to the rest of the community, I saw one of the neighbors. One of the neighbors DM'd me and said, "Buhle, I'm not going to talk about this because if I raise this, I will be, I'll be under threat, sort of." Yeah. So I'm thinking that the messaging could be packaged in different forms or different ways. So if you know that your other messages are sitting with your CGE, your Gender Space at a channel that's sitting on DSTV, how do we scale it down to a social media, to a WhatsApp? Do you have like a WhatsApp channel that people can be aware of whatever messages that are there? Because then in that case, maybe people will not be afraid to speak up. They will know that they are protected by CGE when there is a need, because that was like for me a concern that some of my neighbors can't raise issues because they are being intimidated, they are being threatened, and I also couldn't say anything even though I saw an incident happening. Because of that, that lady said, "Please do not raise it as well because you might be under threat." So how do we manage that at that level? Or what kind of measures are you using to ensure that even at that level, people know their rights? And then to the lady from ICASA, I have a concern with one program that is playing on one of the channels around funerals and how that is portrayed. I think in the past, especially for the millennials, the early millennials, we know that funerals and how they are being conducted, it's something very private. And today we see that a lot of, through that program, some of the content, some of the things that are very sensitive and private are being exposed. How is, maybe I missed it, ma'am, but how are you, colleagues, looking out for that to protect the families? And I also heard you speaking about community channels, the mandate for community channels, which is, and I'm paraphrasing here, which is they're supposed to focus on the needs of their communities. So community channels like your Soweto TV, your KZN, what is it? one KZN, Pumakapa, and so on and so forth. But what we see now is that a lot of them would play around the space. I understand that we are all chasing ARs, we are chasing revenue, but in terms of commercialization, they'll play around the space of ministries and some traditional healers. So how do you regulate that? Do we really check if they have programs that are focused on their communities and their needs? I'll use an example of gender-based violence. We know for a fact that KZN is one of the provinces that has the highest rate of gender-based violence. Do we ensure that they have content that speaks to that? And how much of that content is there? Because if people are not hearing and understanding what the problem is and how to solve it, how are we then going to bring it down? How are we going to ensure that these cases that are reported daily of women being murdered, men also being abused, children being abused, how are we going to ensure that these rates go down if we don't monitor these channels that are supposed to speak to the communities about what is happening around them? And that's for ICASA. I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Buhle. Let the Commission start by responding. We appreciate that question that you have raised. The Commission has got, they've got 11 of, if not 12 lawyers who are sworn to secrecy. They do receive these cases. When they do receive the cases, they evaluate them, assess them, and ensure that they do assist in whatever way possible. If they can't help internally, they will make a referral and follow and monitor that case. That case won't be known by a commissioner, won't be known by me as a spokesperson. It will be known by a certain committee when they brief them. Second to which, you see the lady who's moving around here and the lady sitting there, Kateko and Lisiko. They work with their boss, Mr. Silo Muligwa, who is attending another event. They do corporate videos on issues to educate society about the rights of individuals, how to launch gender-based violence cases, how to also access some of the services that are being offered by the Commission within our mandate. And we do work with South African Human Rights Commission and the CRL Commission to ensure that there's just and fair cause for the survivors and for the victims of gender-based violence. So what we have done, we have speed up, we're working also with Dumisa TV to highlight Dumisa TV channel 340 to highlight some of the issues that society are confronted with. We are also working with Government Communication Information Services. We are in the Eastern Cape with them. We're in the Eastern Cape with them last week, whereby recorded videos through with GCIS, whereby people are being told about their rights, how to seek recourse, and also we know it's very downright dangerous at times for people to report some cases whereby you find that, after the fact, we respond after the fact, like Dr. Sunet was saying, we react to a case than be responsive. We work with police throughout the country whereby we can assist as a commission. So some of the things that we have going, we're intentional now as a commission. We're going digital. We'll be working with institutions as Dumisa TV. Will be now that, a platform has been offered today by ICASA, by BCCSA, and by MultiChoice, that going forward, we are going to be intentional and working on tomorrow, on the day after tomorrow, on Monday. We are recording corporate videos that are going to be shared with community radio stations, are going to be shared with televisions. Some of them are going to be taken to Dumisa TV for us to educate society about the gendered discourse. It's not an easy task, but we will continue to endeavor to ensure that, gender equality in our lifetime is realized through whatever means possible. We have engaged with others that we can't mention, corporate sector, to help us that in some of the banks, when you go to the bank, you happen to find a message in Sepedi, Setswana, Xhosa, Zulu, which are digital confined to say, if you have got an issue with gender-related issues, go to the Commission for Gender Equality. There's one bank already that has approached us. They're taking our information to their website. So I hope going forward, it's trial and error, and I hope going forward it will be impactful that every soul in South Africa gets to know in the language that they understand. The good thing that, we have also written some booklets called gender terminologies in the languages in which people can understand, and also helping the broadcasters for them to understand what are the gender nuance words in their language, because some languages they struggled with some of the words in English. So we have put them in the languages of them that including Afrikaans, and we're going to go to Braille. So in that way, we'll help society to ensure that we have a gendered society whereby the rights of people and the recourse thereof are also protected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll start with the question around the funerals. Sensitive parts of the funeral or sensitive material from the funeral being broadcast and exposed. What about the protection of the family? Funerals are very sensitive. And I think in the last 2009, when we reviewed, that was one of those important issues to say, funerals, there are those issues, cultural issues that have to be really respected. So how do we address that? Hence, then, we improve the provision in the Code of Conduct to ensure that the broadcast of those events are given the sensitivity that they deserve. So in terms of the programs that are there, we really depend in terms of our monitoring compliance. We depend mainly on complaints, because you can imagine we've got about more than 100 broadcasters and about 7 compliance officers. So we are not able to be watching all the programs in real time. So we depend more on complaints about those issues. And when the complaints come, we have to also look at different views and different opinions in order to make a decision in terms of if what was broadcast is something that was not supposed to be there on TV or radio. But yes, there are those programs that you will not be able to watch or see, and then we depend on complaints. So if a complaint comes to us or to the BCCSA, then it's given that attention. In terms of community broadcasters, broadcasting ministries, and programs for traditional healers, as I have talked to the issue of programming councils, there has to be programming councils for different stations. So the programming councils are the ones that suggest programs for the broadcaster, meaning that they have to look at the community and the issues that are important for that broadcast stations and make those recommendations. So in those instances where those recommendations are not followed, or the broadcast station is not used for what is supposed to, because when they come to ICASA, remember also there is programming that they come with. So if they don't stick to that programming, that means ICASA have to take the station on in terms of their non-compliance. there's also promise of performance, which is put also in their license in terms of the programs that they are supposed to broadcast. So if they don't follow those, then it becomes a compliance issue with ICASA. And also in terms of community broadcasting, we do have, there are those annual general meetings that are held where all the issues are discussed at the annual general meetings. So if a station is problematic, you find that other people from the station will alert the ICASA know, or the station itself will ask ICASA to come and join the annual general meeting, you know, to listen to the issues, and also if there are issues of non-compliance, so that ICASA can assist in terms of making sure that the station does not comply. Because if there's non-compliance, you go to, firstly, we assist to comply. Then secondly, the station can take it to the CCC, where there'll be penalties, and also we can take the license away from the broadcaster, which is the final, and we don't even want to go there, because the station is there because there is importance for those issues that are happening around the community. Issues of GBV, as you are saying, are very important and needs to be discussed. So yeah, that's our process. So those AGMs are very important for community broadcasters. The annual general meetings are very important to make sure that all the issues of the stations are discussed, and the community is invited at the AGM. The community members are invited to be there to give comments, you know, in all of those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just have 2 comments, and then I have a question from my colleague online. Multi-choice. I am very concerned about those channels that you acquire. Examples would be your ZTV, and like you correctly pointed out, Mujula Live. As a viewer, ZTV has content that is very patriarchal, very gender-based violence, some of them. And I think we need to put proper procedures in place to get somebody to evaluate those content that is going online, or going into the space, into the broadcasting space. And these are broadcast sometime during prime time, your ZTV channels, which are having these content. As well as, you know, we don't know what goes on there. Culturally, what is acceptable and what in the face of those acceptable cultures is what we view as gender inequality, patriarchy, and gender-based violence to some extent. Because many of our practices, the child bride, for example, is very prominent in ZTV. Which is also, you'll get it on other channels. So just something for you to think about and look at going forward. And then from my side, my last comment would be, what is demonstrated here today is that there remains an urgent need for collaboration to regulate both online and our traditional media. The fact that independent podcasters broadcast outside of the regulated space is of huge concern. And this creates the potential of those that have been disciplined to move into the podcast space. So I think let us look at that, an urgent collaboration that is required. I'm going to move on to questions that have been posed online. My colleague, Commissioner Dr. Naidu, is joining us online, and she has a few questions and comments. I think the first one that she's brought on is the issue of collaboration. And her concern with regard to collaboration is more or less what I've already said to you. And she's then concerned about channels focusing on religion, specifically in South Africa, where there's non-conforming people that are openly discriminated. That is a concern for her. and visuals that show child rape when they deal with gender-based violence. She feels that there's a need to block the identity of victims completely, but then we are viewing victims on these platforms. She wants you to consider a policy to protect victims and their families in terms of news and interviews. This is, I see BCCSA has left the room. Yeah, that is just some of those things coming from her side. Let me just give me a few minutes to see if there's any further questions. I'm going to hand over to my colleagues in the meantime.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine will just be about, I'm wondering in terms of what the reality that is taking place in broadcasting, the urge for the media houses to even acquire some online content or their presenters. Is it not enticing that maybe you'll end up considering to even close and rather move online because of maybe less or no regulation? So as such, contributing to the society, maybe from ICASA they can indicate from their statistics, is there any movement or impact in terms of listenership or the cancellation of the licenses and then establishment of online platforms rather to address this challenge? And then the second aspect, I'll just like on it regarding the recommendations, maybe that ICASA has been making in the industry. What are maybe some of those recommendations or key issues that you have identified that you were making to the minister in terms of either developing the law or regulations in this regard? Is there any that you can maybe refer to so that we understand what has been observed as a regulator from in the environment in general? And then the last aspect is regarding representation of previously disadvantaged persons. That is black people, women, persons with disabilities, and many of those categories. What is the environment? Are these broadcasters licensed? Are they complying with the 30% that is being monitored? Are we seeing movement and transformation there? And then it again takes us back to programs of empowerment programs. Is there training that you look beyond in acquiring some of these channels that you engage in training and empowering these channels to end up being maybe licensed as well? So you will see my questions at that point are interlinked. However, that observation of representation will also assist us. Is it what is the statistics? Is the companies not moving or transforming in terms of representation? Is that margin too low in terms of what you have observed, or too high for the broadcasting to transform? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The issue of religion and discrimination, the channels that broadcast religious programs, and the issue of discrimination, it's an issue that can be addressed through the code of conduct, because it does cover the issue of discrimination. And I think, like I've said, that we depend on complaints. If there are complaints that we try to focus on, and if there are complaints, surely that complaints, ICASA takes it up, and then there's a recommendation from our compliance to the CCC to address the issue, where the licensee will be called before the CCC to come and answer to the issue that has been brought forward. So I think when we do our consultations, yes, there are a lot of issues that are raised, and I think that's our challenge, that if those issues have not come before ICASA, because I think another issue that we should be live to is the fact that there is also a lot that is being said, that there are also issues that come that, social media says this about what was shown on TV. So what is our focus? We focus in terms of what social media said of what they saw on TV, or we wait for complaints. So there are two issues. We can still be able, because we ask for recordings, to be able to check issues that have been raised that are of public interest, to check as compliance, to say that this issue is an issue that we have to take forward or not. But in the main, we rely on complaints. We've got a complaints process that anyone or any organization or any person can complain to ICASA on any matter that was being broadcast on TV. And it also goes in terms of blocking victims, if there's not been a complaint about that, to say, these victims have to be blocked. But broadcasters must be sensitive, especially in terms of rape issues, and especially issues that concerns children. They have to be really sensitive to those, because if you show a rape victim without, especially if it's a child, without their consent, then it becomes a problem. And it goes back to what I'm saying, that complaints, we rely on complaints. The media houses that acquire content online, I think firstly I should say that if you acquire content online, you have to make sure that that content is suitable for broadcast. So you cannot just take content from online and put it on radio and TV if it does not comply to the code of conduct. That means as a broadcaster, you are going to be held accountable for that content that you are broadcasting. So you cannot just take and move to the other one. And we know that there's less regulation in social media. So a move in terms of moving from traditional broadcasting to social media, it does not really happen that way, because still we know that the trust, public trust, is with traditional broadcasting because of the measures that are there to make sure that the information, news, your current affairs is trustworthy. So we cannot say the same about social media. Hence, you find that a lot of people, whatever they see on social media, they try to check it on your traditional media to make sure that it's real stories or not. So in terms of that, it is very, and also the market itself, because if you talk to the independent producers, the content creators, they don't see social media as their main market. They still see traditional broadcasting as a great platform for them to showcase their work, and also because the traditional broadcasting is quite stable, and also the trustworthiness, because you want to put your program in a platform that is trustworthy. So in terms of that, in terms of our engagement with the content creators, which are mainly our independent producers for television, they are using social media as to complement the production for radio and TV, but definitely they are not moving, and they don't have an intention to be moving to online platforms. And for the quota that I was talking about in terms of transformation, in terms of the quotas, we do monitor our quotas to say that broadcasting service licenses should also be in the hands of the previously disadvantaged. We do monitor the quota. So, and licensees do come to us if, for example, someone resigned who was part of that quota, or the quota goes down, they have to report to ICASA, and they have to also give a plan in terms of ensuring that the quota still remains, which is when are they going to make sure that that person who resigned is replaced so that the quota still stand, and when, because if they don't, then it's a non-compliance issue and they are fined. And we also have a quota, a regulation for persons with disabilities, where we want to ensure that the broadcasting stations also cater for persons with disabilities. So we do have a separate regulations in terms of that. I don't know, I think, thank you.
Yeah, I think in our case, the first question was about the ZTV. So I just also checked with my colleagues. We really haven't received complaints around it, but we will note and reflect when we go back to our colleagues are responsible for the acquisitions and probably even the analysis of what is on the channel. But thanks for bringing that to our attention. As we,
that I'm not saying to you, I mean, it's your right,
Yeah.
this is your bread and butter, but a disclaimer would have been nice,
No.
you know, to say this particular episode promotes child marriages or something to that effect,
Yeah.
so that your viewers are aware, and that, you know,
Yeah.
you're not just letting it go and saying.
No, I now get the context. I think. Thanks for raising that. We'll definitely note it and reflect on it as well. Thank you. And obviously, I think we've discussed about the competency received about modular a lot. So it's, as I indicated, that it's something that we engage it on an ongoing basis. And we do agree about the urgent need to regulate those platforms that are currently unregulated. We agree also on the issue of collaborations. I had indicated to my colleagues like earlier, I said we'll look at what Mr. Baloi put up, and also we'll communicate that to our channels, so that we will, when necessary, also refer them for sensitive gender training as well. So gender sensitive training. So the issue of the visuals of victims of rape, including child rape, we are not familiar with. So I know that the code, our code business code, specifically regulates that. It is one of the the content that is excluded in terms of the code. The only exception is where it is concerned. So there are times rape victims who want to go on air in order to, for many reasons. One could be part of the program where it deals with those issues, and then they will go on air and they themselves say, I am a rapist. So that's the only exception where there's consent. But the code is very clear, those are excluded, including in the news broadcast. So the question regarding the enticing, whether moving towards online because an unregulated is enticing, for us definitely no. So we proud ourselves as a family TV platform because we get into the people's homes, and the fact that we've gone up to where we are today, it is for us, it's because therefore that we are responsible. in how we present our content. And definitely that it will never be our space. We will rather do what we've done now, where we are going online because we do have content is online. We went to the PCSA and we asked them that, can we please develop a code similar to the code that is applicable to traditional broadcasts, so that we can be held accountable even online, because we do not want a situation where it's free for all. So definitely not enticing for us. That's not the space that we want to. As I said, even when there would be a collaboration with podcasts, we will look which podcast that will be suitable. I mean, a good example, you do have podcasts that, it's not all podcasts, by the way, that are objectionable. So you have a Sizwe and Pofu or a podcast which is very educational. Yeah. On the representation of previously disadvantaged persons and also empowerment that is what we really proud ourselves on. We have stories there, we can spend the whole day discussing those, but I can just cite two, for example. So we have a channel which is Newsroom Africa. It is owned, I will call them young, even though they are adults, but young people. That's Thokozani Nkosi and Tabile Ngwako. So that's the third 24-hour news channel on our platform. Those two young, relatively young, black persons who own the channel, and it's been ongoing for a while now. And yeah, then there are Fergusons. People know the Fergusons now because they are rich, right? Because that's not where they started. If you go back, if you're old like me, you will know they started on SAPC, both as a couple, including the late, the husband. They started as actors on SAPC, on Generations. Today, they own a media company or a production company, and they supply channels to us, and they employ people. They've got a number of programs, the number of should I say programs, TV programs, and on those they also employ, including the people who are involved in production as well as actors. And there's quite a number of them, including the people that produce some sport channels for us. So sports events for us. So we are really proud of ourselves about it. And we have programs right now that are targeted to empowering both young women, young black people, including women and children. So we proud of ourselves about it.
Sorry, quickly, the issue of rape, and I just want to say that what we presented was just a summary. Maybe we should share our code with the Commission for Gender Equality. So this is the clause on the issue of rape. I'll read it the way it is. It says, the identity of rape victims and other victims of sexual violence must not be divulged in any broadcast, whether as part of news or not, without the prior valid consent of the victim consent. So without that consent, it cannot be broadcast. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for those profound questions and answers. Before I leave the stage, they said a good dancer knows how to leave the stage. Commissioner, Her Royal Highness Mokhane has come back again. She is saying, multi-choice. You are, I want to put it in a way which it's very simple for me and you. The approach that you are using, it might be reactionary than responsive. You have a situation whereby you are able to blare vulgar or certain things before they're said, and like acting chairperson said, give those warnings, and then when there's that wonderful word that is unpalatable, you can stop it and blare it just like musicians who have got a song, somewhere they will stop it. It's a pity she has left. A lot of people are going to BCSA by saying something vulgar or on air and then being reported. She said, can't you develop a tool like social media where you pick up on key terms on contact that are explicit, either blur or completely remove the parts so that, we move. That's what she's asking. And I love channel 167, which is close to Z. And I watch TV. I'm a consumer of TV. I sit at home. So there are warnings. I know from 7:30, I'm going to watch Soulmates. There are warnings beforehand. And there's something that is, and I've watched Z TVs, and when she said that acting chairperson, I was reminded that it's not the same thing. And you remember Z TV on channel 167, they can even do it in Zulu. Now you are translating in Zulu for other people to listen in South Africa. So I was laughing alone there. Thank you very much. May you please answer that aspect, that's comment from, I don't think that comment in a way from Your Royal Highness, but she will be glad to hear from you, not from me. Okay.
So we do take that question seriously, and I will respond to, on how we deal with it. But I just thought I would let you know the problem that we have, and you won't believe this, but it's true. And Sandra next to me will confirm. We also have complaints about why are you blaring that thing? Because you've told us already that the language is strong. So we do have warnings. Please note that the following program contains strong language, this violence, blah, blah, blah. And then we say viewers, sensitive viewers must use their discretion. Yeah, that's what we say. And then we do have some content where we are able to do. We do have the type of languages we call it. So family language. So it plays all those, and then original language where is allowed. But the code requires us to advise. But if we play everything, we have the challenge as well. So what we do, we advise, and we are required to advise in terms of the code. Where possible, we'll have two types of language, original and family language. But we note the concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bruce. You wanted to come through, Mamudu.
Yes.
Vanessa will be the last one.
Sorry, they are supposed to block, even now. They are supposed to block the language. It's just that with language, there are some language that I know generally will be blocked. So sometimes it's a bit tricky, but I don't want to say a certain word. You will not hear it. I know it will be blocked in music. You won't hear it. And also, people sometimes complain about how people are wearing that they are not, we use the word as South African, they are not wearing anything. So there is a standard that a person on TV, you should not see certain body parts. So sometimes if you say not wearing anything, sometimes you'll say, but no, she's wearing. The other person will say she's not wearing. But in terms of TV, there are some body part that we know, MultiChoice knows that it cannot appear anywhere on TV. Yes.
Thank you for giving me a hearing. Just a disclaimer, I've got an operation on Tuesday at Donald Gordon to upgrade my machine, and it's been giving me a lot of problems today, so I apologize for the coughing. So I'm a journalist who turned entrepreneur 21 years ago with a very lucrative business in media and content production, which failed the day the president closed the border, and 30 days later, I had been diagnosed with cancer. The relevance to content creation and where I find myself in the last 5 years, where technology becomes such an enabler to democratize content and news, is me finding a voice to speak as an entrepreneur. And I'll tell you why. Because all the journalists who bastardized PR before are now PR officials. So I now no longer have a place. And in looking at entrepreneurship, one of the things I find myself in this room, well, I'm fortunate to have been a graduate of Duke University, so I was able to, and the winner of the President's Award in Entrepreneurship, travel to London last year with a strong economic focus on entrepreneurship, founders, and SMMEs. And later this year, I have a paper that we're delivering at the African Union to African women writers, where 300 women will be there looking at policy on gender-based violence. The reason I did this is I'm not a gender-based violence expert. I'm an activist and a humanitarian, but also an entrepreneur. So my question to the panel, what mechanisms can bodies like ICASA or the CGE pioneer to incentivize media content that shifts the narrative of GBV survivors from victim to entrepreneurs? Could we explore, for example, a content quota or a recognition system for broadcasters who tell stories that showcase survivor entrepreneurship, thereby linking media policy directly to economic inclusion and job creation? As a taxpayer in this country and as a serial job creator, as part of the 27% taxpaying a community, we would do better to make entrepreneurship storytelling so much more part of the TikTok generation, where it becomes sexy and excitable to be able to scale different content. Currently, our policy framework for media focuses on how to report on GBV, but about policy that encourage reporting for GBV survivors from a vantage of victimhood. And my thinking is, if we can incentivize storytelling that connects survivor support directly to entrepreneurship and economic empowerment, we can then breed the likes of a Oprah or a Gail podcast or a C-Square podcast for females in the business sector. So basically, I believe that we're the missing middle. And as we can look at the Matlanga Commission, and we can look at the coalition government, even the G20 with gatekeeping, etc., as entrepreneurs, we need to now move into a space. As women entrepreneurs, we need to fight harder. And if you're going to be looking at us from a lens of victimhood, we're not going to make it. So I believe that policy shifts can include incentivization of how we can scale and pivot. I'm hoping one of you, there's one more seat at the African Union. The dialogue is on the 4th of December. The topic is on the intersection of GBV and policy. And my paper that we're delivering is on the intersection of GBV, storytelling, and entrepreneurship. And the only way I know to create the future is to be part of envisioning how far we can stretch. The point is, I didn't die. I am here. I've been doing what I've been doing for 21 years. But isn't it strange, as a cancer survivor, I now have the honor of being recognized by my president. Also, many other numerous awards that all have come together, but sees me as an entrepreneur struggling in a country that I should not be looking for work outside. And that's just, I'm talking of inclusive economies. I'm one of the lucky ones who happen to have some equity, but that dwindles also. So it's also a space at the table for financial inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. I want to do this respectfully. You saw the lady who came closer to me. She was warning me that, stop getting excited. The kitchen is closing. What I will do, because we're not a big group in here, I will sit together and chat. They will answer you, and CG will answer you sitting there. I'll make sure of it. So that we go to a break. Thank you, Vanessa, being a very good soul. And second to it, the lady who was standing next to me, she has got cards for parking. You can get it from her. And on that note, I want to thank everyone who was here. Our acting chairperson, Mr. Shuping will come and close. Our acting chairperson, I thank you. Bradley, CHC, colleagues from CGE, colleagues from the entities which were here, CC from SABC Channel of Butle, we thank you very much. Our commissioners who were online, thank you very much for giving us the moral support from where you are, and also the questions that you have raised. We greatly appreciate colleagues from the Commission and every stakeholder who was online. We appreciate you, and the Commission for Gender Equality is there for you. And do not forget the WhatsApp number, 083-284-2567, and also email gender-inquiries-inquiries@cge.org.za. If you have got further questions, send them to media@cge.org.za. They will be rightfully dealt with by the legal officers, including myself, who's here. I will never see it. I will never see your question. It will be put away from me, so that your confidentiality is guaranteed at every given time. And finally, I want to thank myself for being with you today, both online and here. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. I think it will be prudent that I start by acknowledging your submission and input, Vanessa. It is insightful and it is contributing to this engagement regarding some of the observations you have made in terms of empowerment programs that are there or lack thereof, as well as the inclusion, participation of women and victims in this sector. And these are some of the important recognitions that we have been engaging on. And you would have noted that we posed that deliberate question regarding the inclusion, inclusivity, empowerment measures that are there. And it is clear that much work, it still needs to be done in this regard. It is clear that from the submissions, it's the focus is more on content, regulatory, and compliance. And there needs to be those further engagements and discussions regarding the hardcore challenges of also transformation itself in the very same entities, whether it is taking place. And as the part of the way forward, it is clear that it is difficult to balance broadcasting freedom of speech, to balance education as well as public interest in broadcasting. It is not an easy task. And there is a reality in trying to balance these. Hence, the need and the presence of regulation is there and has been there, regulating the entities that have been there for years. However, what is very clear is that in its developing and in its recognizing the different media outlets, media, social media entities and practitioners that are out there, we stuck as a country at some point in ensuring that what is broadcasting, from what we have discussed here, you cannot tell what is the difference between having access to a huge or millions of followers or viewers, and how that is different from being regulated and not being regulated, because at the end of the day, messaging is being delivered to the public and to the society, and there needs then to be that control in managing the information that is there. Hence, we cannot excuse the need for the regulation of this content, and hence the further discussions are needed in seeing how to potentially close these regulatory gaps that have not been closed since the dawn of democracy and since the development and the mushrooming of different media platforms and social media platforms. And then further, the Commission posted this engagement. This was a strategic engagement, and we appreciate the inputs that have been made in this regard. And the Commission will evaluate this information and evaluate the need to even have transformation hearings or accountability sessions stemming as a result of the engagements and the input that you have been providing here, solely with the aim of driving the constitutional mandate of the Commission to promote, advance transformation and gender equality. And as such, there is that need to engage on necessary recommendations. And fortunately, the Commission having the powers to make recommendations to Parliament and also to issue reports of its recommendations, it was thus necessary to have the strategic engagements so that these issues can be discussed. And lastly, it is also clear from the information that we had here that there is more of a reactionary approach than a proactive approach from the regulators in this instance. Similarly, there is a heavily reliance on receiving of actual complaints in terms of the programs that have been seen. And that creates a challenge in itself because of possible victimization of those who need to engage and address some of these complaints. So therefore, there is a need and there is a lot of work for stakeholders to further, beyond this engagement, collaborate in ensuring there is education programs, that there is transformation, empowerment, and training of everyone who is involved in any dispatching of communication and media. And there should be that in terms of the promotion of equality and prevention of unfair discrimination act, very important legislation addressing discrimination in different sectors. And therefore, there is that need to continuously evaluate all the conduct, irrespective of whether you are regulated or not regulated. There is this pieces of legislation which deals with this. Hence, the Commission looks forward to receive those complaints and issues directly to it as well in the platforms that the program director has highlighted to you. So in those ways, we appreciate this fruitful engagement. We look forward to further engaging you. Should we deem it necessary to issue notices, we will now be issuing notices under the different now platform and settings. However, we will then further engage with you regarding the way forward. We thank you. The program is therefore closed.